5% of the people of the world live in the United States, but we consume 40% of the resources. No matter what damage we do to the earth or other people. The police, doctors, and politicians, they only care for dollars, not to give us how you living. Acting like they combat enemies, but they the true villains. These doctors with prescriptions, now there's millions addicted. It's ignorance and disease. They got billions infected, or is it done by the sign? Some type of evil intentions that keep you standing in line. And every day to ask questions, a little more for your mind. It ain't no time to be guessing. We educate our young, cause every knowledge they impress us. That's the beginning of time. Just to make you feel less, just the way you stand up and rise against your oppressor.
All right, and welcome back to another great night here on the Freedom Revolution Network. This is Clarity After Dark. I am your host, Scarlet Anonymous. My co-host, Red Gypsy, will be with me here in a moment. We're going to work out some technical difficulties and get her back on here with us. So it's a great Friday night here, and when it's Friday night, it's time for clarity. So with that being said, we're going to get a few things going tonight. We got a lot of different things to talk to you guys about tonight. I'm trying out some new stuff in my chair. I don't know how I feel about it yet. So you might see me adjusting quite a bit tonight, unfortunately, which I usually try not to do. But tonight may be the night for that. So with that being said, all right, let's get her started. We're going to bring Red back in here. Otherwise, I will call Red and we'll get it figured out. We need to also get, while we're waiting for Red, I'm going to also get speaker up. Get that going. All right. Start live. So how's everybody doing tonight? Hope you've had a good week. And everybody's been good, I guess. Lots of things have happened. Whoa, what just happened? You totally took away all my options. Give me a moment. All right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. There we go. You back, Red? Hello, Red. Did you allow your mic? I hope it did. Hopefully we won't have too many issues. Oh, no, we lost her again. I will try to call her here in 1 moment, as soon as we get the speaker started. So, like I said, how are you guys been? What's been going on in your areas? I know it's been a week since we have all gotten together. So, hold on. Oh, here's Red. Hold on. Hello, Red.
Hello, I'm sorry guys, but StreamYard lets me do this, okay? This is what's going on with my phone and Streamlab, okay?
Okay.
What happens is, when I log in, it says all my stuff's working, my camera, my mic, everything, right?
Right.
When I go in, I can't hear you. there's no volume for you, but you can hear me.
Correct.
Now, if I do my Bluetooth and hook my headphones up, right, so that I can hear you,
Yep.
it takes my ability to speak away from you.
Oh, wonderful.
So I can either hear you and not talk, or talk and not hear you.
I wonder if that's something that we can, there's like a, when you log into the studio next time, I'm going to have you do it even after this. There is a button that clicks like having issues. Maybe we can send a message to StreamYard. Have you?
Yes,
Maybe
I
we have to send like an email.
They told me it's a glitch with my phone.
Oh, well, what? And of course, I'm sure they didn't give you anything like, oh, you can do this, and it'll, you know.
Nope, nothing. Just it's a glitch, and they're working on it.
Well, hey, working on it's better than nothing, though. I'll take that. I'll take we're working on it over nothing, right?
They're aware of the problem.
Right.
Okay, now, I don't know why it's doing it. I have no idea, but that's what it's been doing to me, so I apologize, guys. I don't know. That's just what it's doing.
Right. I mean, we get what we get.
Before I go in, it says that I've got great light, everything's good, and then I get in, and you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But I mean, I can't hear you, Scarlett.
Yeah, see, that's ridiculous. I don't understand what's going on with that.
At all. Full volume, and I cannot hear you.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. We'll try to figure that out, but...
And then if I tried to just, that's what I said I was trying to do at the beginning of the show. I tried to just plug you into my speaker.
Oh, right.
So that I could hear you and still talk to you on the phone, but it won't let me do that. When it plugs into the speaker, now I can hear you, but you can't hear me anymore.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
So it tells you that you need to be using headphones or Bluetooth, right?
Right.
That you get the best audio quality that way is what it says. Listen, you get no audio quality without that from the host. But if you hook up to your Bluetooth like it tells you to, then it doesn't let you speak.
Right. Well, that's crap.
So in order to use my Bluetooth, what I have to do is I have to hook my Bluetooth up, listen, wait for a time that I want to say something, take my Bluetooth off, say what I want to have to say, turn my Bluetooth back on, and hope I didn't miss what you said in response.
Well, that sucks. I'm sorry, Red. I apologize.
So we got to do it this way, homie.
Right. Well, you know, that's the way it is. Well, so we've got Jenny here in chat. Hello, Jenny. Welcome to Clarity After Dark.
Oh, it says up there I can go to chat, so that's cool.
That is cool. So,
can you send me which chats are you in?
on StreamYard, I can see everybody's chat. So.
Oh, that's nice.
It is. That is the nice part about it, is you can see from anybody who's on any platform, if they respond, I get to see it and where they came from.
I don't know. I've never gotten to see the fancy details of it.
No, you will, though. You will.
So, but, can you send me
the link to the...
YouTube?
Yes, I can send you the YouTube link. For some reason, Red's phone does not cooperate with her on anything. Okay? Nothing. I would just like to say that.
And it doesn't help either that I live, in the middle of freaking nowhere. And,
True.
I do this whole thing, guys. I've been doing it this way for 4 years, and sometimes it sucks, but listen, I've done this for 4 years. I do this off-grid.
True.
I do this without electricity. I do this off-grid. I mean, I'm completely off-grid here. The only thing that ties me into a grid right now, honestly, is this stupid phone.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's prepaid.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's not that tied into a grid for me. So, when I say, you're lucky I can even do a show,
that's true.
When I first started doing, actually, for those that don't know the history, maybe you should know, Journey into Freedom actually was the first show that we started, and that was my show. And
Right.
I got into doing it on a different station through a friend of mine. And God bless her and rest her soul, Michelle.
Right.
We love Michelle.
We do.
We lost Michelle not very long after she hooked me up with being a radio show host.
You know, it's honestly, we were already pretty good friends at that point, but Michelle's death really did bring us closer together, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because Michelle was absolutely my best friend.
She was a good lady. She was with the previous organization that we were with, barefootislegal.org, which is a 501c3 nonprofit charity that Michelle,
was her jam,
it was her jam, y'all. And you guys know who have followed me for years that I also barefoot, Red, you know, when her son was first on the show, it was known as Barefoot in Colorado. You know, so it's a big part of, you know, the fabric of who we are. But Michelle's passion for it, people knew her just by being in that group. You know,
yeah, people knew Michelle just by being barefoot in life.
Yeah.
Actually, guys, it was so much her jam. We buried her barefoot.
Yeah. Oh, she would have been pissed otherwise. I would have.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have been ready for that spiritual awakening had you not.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
That's real. I would not have wanted to deal with that.
But Michelle was my best friend, and so
that's how we started Journey. Because she was going to originally be Red's co-host on Journey.
She was, and then she made a stupid decision, guys, and I am going to say it. I loved my best friend with all of my heart, but she made the most selfish and stupid decision that she could ever make in the whole world, and she took her own life. Don't anybody out there.
Aw, they're trying to cut you out, Red. Say it again. Are we going to lose Red? Oh, we lost Red. Okay, hold on. We'll get Red back. We're going to get her back because that was really important. Oh, goodness. I sent it to the wrong friend that I was trying to invite to the show. My bad. And here comes Red. Okay. So since they were so rude and cut you off.
They took me where they dropped my whole service.
Did they really? Because I was wondering why you just left all of a sudden. And I also realized that I didn't send you the link to the chat. I sent it to another friend who was asking about coming on to the show. So I do apologize for that. Oh, okay, Susie, I'm so sorry to hear that. Susie's brother committed suicide. So I'm sure she understands.
What I had said was she made the most selfish and bad decision of her life, was the last decision that she decided to make. And for anybody out there listening, don't you do this to the people that love you, because those that are left over, we are survivors of suicide. And it's the most horrible feeling in the world.
That's true.
Don't do that to the ones you love. They won't get over it. It doesn't go away for us. We ask ourselves every day why we couldn't help you.
True.
She was my best friend. I talked to her every day. She never said anything. I talked to her literally an hour before she killed herself. She never said anything. Don't do this to the people that you love, because you don't realize what you're doing and what it does to those you're leaving behind.
It's true. You know, unfortunately, they're not thinking about that at the time. They're just thinking about, you know, releasing their pain. But a lot more pain is developed and created out of these, I don't want to say encounters, but you could say encounters. you know.
These cowardly acts, because it is an act of cowardice.
True. True.
And I will say that because I have had my father do it and my best friend, and it is an act of cowardice. There is nothing that bad in life that you cannot get over it. Nothing. You may need help and you reach out for it, but you don't do that. Your time isn't up until it's up. And if you take it yourself, that don't count. You've cheated your friends, your family. You've cheated the world of what you were meant to be here for.
True. Susie in chat on YouTube says, if anybody ever needs help, please message her. And please message any of us, like we said the other night on Dwayne's show. If you ever need anyone to talk to during this time or any time in general, please reach out, because we will be there for you if you need someone.
Absolutely.
We really will. Because I don't want to see anybody go down the wayside right now. You know, it's important that we support each other's mental health. And there's ways that we can do that.
Michelle got me introduced and got me to decide to start a radio show. And then I started one, and then I lost my best friend, and I lost my co-host, and I gained a new best friend and a new co-host, which is Scarlett, and she's been there for me every step of the way since I lost Michelle. And we've been doing it for 4 years now. And then it spun off to our sister show here, Clarity After Dark.
It did.
And that's how Clarity began. Now, Clarity is, I think, 6 months younger than Journey.
A year younger than Journey.
Is it a whole year? Holy crap.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, so Clarity is a year younger than Journey. So Clarity's been on 3 years, Journey's been on 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think it was a whole year.
Maybe it was.
That was because Scarlett is a procrastinator, y'all.
It's real.
I tell you that right now.
You'll be telling all my secrets,
She had to talk about doing a show for a year before she finally got around to doing it. Yeah. And make no mistake, it's not like she couldn't just go do the show. She was the station freaking manager. She could just go do a show.
Yeah, pretty much. But I just didn't think, I didn't think it was the right time. I didn't feel like it was the right circumstances and situations, right? And so then when I felt like it was right, when I finally got like the signs, when I finally got, the title and the name, I couldn't think of a name forever. And then Clarity After Dark came to me and I was like, yeah, buddy. And after that, it just kind of exploded into what we do now. And, my first show was John Captain.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It was a good show. We did a whole series with John Captain and the Tiffany Jenks murder. That was it.
Yeah.
It was our first dive, and one of my first shows was about monarch, mind control, slaves. Like, it was deep in the rabbit hole. And then I wasn't on camera. So
we had somebody that came on the show, which was John Captain and Tiffany Jenks' murder, and claimed, he knew that she was mind controlled and that she was killed for a reason. And I mean, he had a whole story, and we allowed him to say his story, and we followed it.
For quite some time afterwards, at least a year or more.
Yeah,
so we couldn't find him anymore. We can't find him anymore. He was in China, though. So, I mean, the last time we had talked to him, he was in China.
Unfortunately, I have no way to get a hold of him anymore.
No, we don't.
My old email has been shut down, which is the only way he reached out to me.
True.
And even when nobody else could find him, I was still to this day getting emails from John Captain.
Oh, yeah.
Up until my stuff got cut. From old email. I had actually just got one from him, like, literally just a couple days before it got shut off, and I think that might be why it got shut off, because I think people can go in and
and here's the website's still up. It wasn't up for a while, and it was down, but it's back up again, you guys. And so you can go to TiffanyJenksMurder.com. Tiffany,
good, it's back up.
It is back up. Yep, TiffanyJenksMurder.com, and that's TiffanyJenks Murder.com. JENKS Murder.com.
And please know, y'all. Oh, I want to finish that thought though first. I had just gotten a email from him right before, like literally maybe 2 days before they cut off my email for the old station, and he was asking to come back on the show because he had some new information. And I had not gotten to answer him yet before I got my email cut off. So I think there may have been a little bitterness behind that.
Right. That's potential.
If the website's back up, maybe the Facebook's back up. And if that's back up, I'm an actual moderator on there, so I can get a hold of it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what happened. You know, it was a really powerful story.
Well, I know that he told me in the email that he's still on the run.
Okay.
You know, he's still hiding. And he's still not in the States.
Okay.
But that's all I can say.
Right. Yeah, and it was a very strange.
They've come after him a few times.
They have.
Even recently. I do believe he was trying to tell me that he was run off the road.
I could see it. There was other things that had happened to him, too.
Yeah. They've come after him a couple times really good. Really good.
And I'm sure if you went back, unless they've been deleted, I doubt they would be. You could go back and try to find them.
Our shows are on there.
Yeah, you could go back to like the first episode of Clarity After Dark and go listen. And it was like 6 episodes we did with him. It was a long series.
And don't forget, we had to cross over onto Journey.
Yeah, because it was so intense, you guys. All the different parts of the story that actually ended up happening. You know,
well, they were cutting it, doing weird shit to it when we broadcast it, and we had to keep switching between the 2 shows.
Yeah, it was the first time we really dealt with censorship and realized, like, a lot of these people out there who were like, oh, this is happening. No, it was happening. Our phones were getting zapped. I mean, shutting complete battery from a full charge down to 0. I mean, we had some interesting things happen to us when we were doing those blockbuster interviews. That's for sure.
For sure.
Yeah. And so, I mean, that's why we like doing those type of interviews. I find them important. I find them.
And then on Journey, y'all, which we're getting ready once we get everything settled and we know that I can run the show on my own again and get stuff rolling good. Gary Wayne's coming back.
Yep. Gary Wayne, and
he's just waiting for me to be stable enough to come back.
Oh, no, and we need to have him on. No, we need to have him on before next week because he's doing that conference. Dang it. I really wanted to have him on before the conference.
We're not going to get him before the conference, Steve.
Dang it.
But we'll know everything that happens at the conference.
Yeah, but I would have rather been invited by Gary Wayne. Like, oh, come watch. I'll give you the inside scoop. He's with all my favorite people.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be with...
the conference. I thought you meant him going to a conference.
No, he's a part of a conference that he's speaking at next weekend. That's like a big
right.
deal.
I remember
Maybe we should just reach out to Gary and just so he can give us like the inside scoop while he's there, and then we'll have him on.
Yeah.
Because that sounds like a good idea. We love Gary Wayne. He's great. I don't know if you guys...
Gary Wayne loves us.
He does love us, and I love him too, because you know what? In the beginning, when it was just me and you, and we were really the only two women out here doing...
Okay, y'all. For anybody who doesn't understand, Gary Wayne's a big name in the world of, like, spirituality, okay?
Right.
And even in Christianity, okay?
True.
He's a pretty big name, all right? He is the author of the Genesis conspiracy, okay? When I wrote this man on Facebook, I thought, he's never going to give me the time of day. Like,
well, I had heard his show on Coast to Coast AM, and I was like, Red, we need this man on our show, like, immediately, like.
Because I was already talking about the stuff that he was talking about, and it all tied together.
Yep, and I was like, Red, holy crap, like, I heard this episode of Coast to Coast. I feel some type of way about this. I'm going to need you to, like, this guy, Gary Wayne. And I looked him up, and I saw he had hours and hours and hours of shows with people. And I was like, he'd probably come on with us.
Yep.
So I was like, Red. I didn't want to necessarily reach out because I was like, well, Red, it's more of the stuff on your show. So how about you reach out? And then we'll see.
So I did.
Right.
And I wrote this man a Facebook message, and I thought, he's never going to respond to me. Like, I have a small little radio show that I can't even pay him for coming on, and he's never going to give me the time of day. And you know what? This man answered me and said, I would love to come on your show.
He did.
And it took him I think it took him actually a couple weeks before he answered me. And I'm pretty sure during those weeks he probably went and listened to the show.
Right.
And then was like, I would love to come on your show. And you know what? That one time spanned into a friendship with Gary Wayne. It has spanned into a thing. He is a repeat on Journey. He loves anytime I'm like, Gary, we need to get you back on. He's like, oh, yes, send me dates. He's always ready to come back on. We also got him on, who was the other one that we had him on with?
Oh, Gregory Garrett.
Gregory Garrett. We love Gregory too.
We do. He wrote the Scientism Delusion, and that was also a good.
And we got Gary and him together on a show.
We did.
This was incredible.
It was an incredible show.
It was an incredible show. And neither one of them had ever spoken to each other before.
No. And so just on this show, we got to, and he was a fan of Gary. So we thought it was really cool that we could have him on with Gary, and he's a writer himself, and have him talk about some of these things that he wanted to talk about with Gary, because we had interesting conversation with him. So why not bring somebody else in and have them, also share our joy, right? Like, I'm all about,
it was a record-breaking episode to bring. It was mountain-moving to bring these two men together.
Yeah, like, I'm like the Lizzo song. When I, if I'm shining, everybody gonna shine. Like, that's how I am. Like, if I'm gonna be shining, everybody else around me is gonna be too.
Yep, and we've had amazing episodes with Gary, and we have had Gary on, and we have talked about everything from the Watchers and Enoch and Epoch to the fairies to vampires to werewolves.
Yeah.
To unicorn.
Yeah. Tooth fairy, all types of different things.
Yes.
And so Gary has a wide range of knowledge. And so I just find it interesting to pick his brain, and I would love.
He can tie. Now, see, not only does he have a wide range of knowledge, y'all, because I just want to clarify. Gary has this wide range of knowledge, right? But he is able to be like fairies. They exist in the Bible. I'll show you.
Right.
Werewolves, they exist in the Bible. I'll show you.
Right.
Unicorns, they exist in the Bible. I'll show you. Trolls, They exist in the Bible. I'll show you. Giants, they exist in the Bible. I'll show you. Archangels, they exist in the Bible. I'll show you. Like, you name it, and he's like, oh no, it's there. It's in the Bible. We just choose to either take it out or ignore it.
Right.
Or twist it in what we want it to say. And we've changed a lot of words in the Bible. We don't realize that. You know, like,
and we learned that especially too through a listener who sent us some Mason books that kind of broke down some of the language.
Yeah. Words definitely do not mean now what they meant then.
No.
At all.
Not at all.
We're going to get back into those soon too, guys. Into some of those words and their definitions from back then. We've done a couple shows like that on Journey, definition shows, going over words and what they actually mean. Because a lot of times their definition actually hasn't changed, just what we believe their definition has changed.
Nope.
That probably made no sense to most of y'all.
True.
But when we do definitions, you'll understand.
Yeah, that is true.
It's kind of like the same thing. And I'm going to get a little plug in. I'm sorry. Okay.
Go ahead.
Sunday, 8 p.m., GIF, this week, we are talking about plants, y'all. And I mean, we are going to talk about plants in a way you have never thought about plants before. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a little, like, I don't know, one of those little, like, hangover things. Like, hopefully it'll entice you to come. And it's going to give me something to think about for the next, like, 2 days. Because I am coming on. I know it's Mother's Day, and that makes it even more important. So I'm going to be there, okay, 8 p.m. on Sunday. Okay? Now, that being said, here's your little tidbit. I want you over tonight, tomorrow, even now, if you want to put in the comments, you know, anything you can think of. What have you been taught about plants? What do you know about plants? What do you know and believe to be truth about plants simply because someone else has told you or you've interpreted? Do you see plants as animated or inanimated? Alive, dead, or something else? We're going to talk about all of this. And here's a main one I want you all to think about. What do you all think about a plant having a soul?
Do we think that plants can have souls? Is that something that we think? It's a fair question. I mean, to be honest.
These are things I want you to mull over, okay? And I want you to think about them. And I want you to come up with some answers. Just off the top of your head. I don't want you to necessarily go research. I just want you to answer off the top of your head. Just, you know, what do you know? What do you know because somebody's told you? What do you actually know because you've experienced it? What do you think about them? Animate, inanimate, dead, alive, something else? Do they have a soul? Is it possible?
Right.
You know, all of this and so much more we're going to be covering Sunday, 8 p.m. Jeff, be there or be potted.
Yeah, or be square.
Right. Yeah, but square pots are no fun. That's why I said be potted.
Yeah.
We're doing it's all about plants.
Right. I mean, yeah.
Plants don't pot.
That's true. I'll give you that.
Happy Mother's Day, Bonnie, early. But I'm going to be on air. I'm going to be on air on Mother's Day. So I'm not doing any early Mother's Day because I'm going to be on air.
Aw. Well, you can be all of our moms here.
Who?
Bonnie, she said she never had kids, but she wished she had been able to. We'll be your children.
Oh,
We volunteer. It's true.
truth.
It is. But I think that, you can find fulfillment in life. It's what you make of it, honestly. I think that's one thing that's always bothered me is worrying too much about what stereotypical ideals are. You know, you got to do with what fits. There's no magic answer. We don't even get, any type of manual to live life or anything. We're just out here winging it. So I do feel like, we love you too, Bonnie. We love you too.
We do.
We love you too.
We do.
You've become an integral part of FRN for sure. And so we all need an FRN mom, right? Like, we vote for that. Got to have those people. Got to create your tribe. That's the one thing I've been saying this whole time is we got to create our tribe. I've been saying that since we started. And I meant that because I could feel something that was coming. I could feel something that was going to pull us apart as a group, as a nation. I just felt
I've been saying this for 4 years.
Yeah. We have. We've been saying this the whole time. I mean, to be fair, honestly, the way we reported before and now doesn't really change because it's the same type of things that we've been talking about for years.
Except now y'all don't think it's conspiracy theories.
True. That is the one thing that you can say has changed. That, a lot of things that ne'er done call it a conspiracy, you can't call that a conspiracy now because it happened. So I think that's woken up a lot of people too to be like, hey, were these crazy people who we thought didn't know anything? What?
I said Bonnie's got our 6G.
Yeah. Yes. I feel safe. I want good people on my team. I feel safe with that. Okay. I want a good squad for the apocalypse. If we're going to have apocalypse squad, we got to have a good one, right? Right, Susie? Yeah. My tribe members? Yeah, exactly. This is our tribe. And it's what we make of it. We can be all fighting and having discord and, doing the wrong things, or we can find a new way to support each other. People do still think it's conspiracy too. You are right. And I don't think until people are actually locked away or things get even more draconian, which I don't even know how that's possible, but never say never at this point. Will they wake up?
Okay. Now, to a degree, TLO, I will agree and say people do still think it's conspiracy, but we have had a lot of people believe it. A lot of people that told us 3 years ago that we were stupid, crazy, whatever, that have come crawling back.
You're right, though.
Talking about, you knew it all along. Yeah, I did. And I tried to tell you, and you didn't want to listen in. So you don't get to come crawling back now. I done made the bread. You don't get to come eat the bread now that I done made the bread. That's not how this works. You were supposed to be there helping me make this bread. And you decided I was crazy. And you wasn't going to make no bread. And now the bread's all made. And you see that you can't make your own bread. So you want to come over here and eat my bread. Ain't happening.
No, and I think anybody who's willing to help me with the bread can have bread, but that's why I'm concerned. And the reason why I titled tonight's show Smart Cities Activate is for a few reasons. Is because number one, I feel like they're hoarding people into the cities even more than before, as well as implementing some of these policies that we knew were going to be enacted under the Smart Cities initiatives. Okay, all these smart cities, things hooked up to the cloud and information and exchange and all this. Is that why we're seeing such a divide? Because we have a group of people so willingly to be corralled into the smart cities, into the UN Agenda 21, 2030. Is that what we're seeing right now? Because last week we asked, has America fallen? Which I felt was a fair question. You know, was watching all the protests and people getting detained. And, you know, people honestly tried to argue that this week, that because they weren't fully arrested, that detained wasn't as bad.
Yeah.
Now hold up. Any type of police infringement on our rights is inappropriate. Detaining, arresting does not matter. It was the chilling effect that the visual was supposed to make. That's what matters. It was the chilling effect that the visual that it was supposed to make. You know, they knew what was going to happen when they detained 30 people in California and put them in handcuffs and brought them away from the group. They knew what was going to happen. And the part that they didn't want to admit is that they were going to arrest those people. But California Highway Patrol refused to take them in and refused to book and process them. That is the only reason why they were not arrested. So I'm just very concerned. Oh, interesting, Susie. She said she should have been a hippie, but she was focused on becoming a nurse. Her best friend was at Woodstock. Now, what's interesting about that is, did you guys know that there was an influenza pandemic during Woodstock?
Yep.
I'd like to know how many people got sick after Woodstock. Was there a resurgence in cases after Woodstock? Because if people don't remember Woodstock, everybody was all over each other, peace and love.
Hanging out. Yeah, it was a thing.
It was a thing. And so if anywhere you would think that you would get
anything
would be there. Yes, because people probably took home more than the flu.
Passed around from drugs to diseases. Let's not even try to lie.
Let's believe it. Let's believe it. Now, BJ brings up a good point, which I'm glad you brought this up, because this was the original reason why I made the title this. Was a article I saw in Seattle. And they're taking advantage of COVID by starting to shut off the through streets and saying it's so people can walk safely and social distance here. They did the same thing in Minneapolis today. And I found that interesting that they also did it in Minneapolis, quoting the same safety. That around Lake Calhoun, I will not call it Bidet Makaska. I will not. I refuse. And I don't care if I'm called ignorant for that. I will call it Lake Calhoun until the day I die. You cannot just say, oh, we've decided that at one point this was native land, so we're going to change the name that everybody knows because Calhoun. No, it's Lake Calhoun, okay? We're going to walk around Lake Calhoun. So with that being said, they have shut off all the Minneapolis Parkway system and all of the surrounding adjacent areas, of which people used to drive down there to walk around. I've done it 1,000 times. Now you don't even get that because they say it's safer for people to walk through the streets. But it's going to cost the city of Minneapolis $250,000 to keep those roads closed. How does that make sense?
And you didn't know what, Susie? You didn't know that Woodstock was like crazy, like no shirt, nipples everywhere.
Maybe she was talking about the Seattle thing.
She remembers Woodstock very well. I bet you do, Bonnie.
Were you there? I could see you being there.
I bet you do.
I could see Bonnie being there, honestly.
I could see Bonnie being there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sneaking out. She might have been young, but I could still see her sneaking out.
Oh, yeah. I can. I could totally see her there.
Right. And then, okay, Milwaukee also is a UN water city. Yep, that's true. Detroit, Duluth, Minnesota is also a UN water city that's taken by Nestle and Nestle's corporations out there. You know, it's absolutely, Milwaukee did used to be the biggest little town, and now it is the ghetto. half of it is the ghetto. You can't go out in certain places. Like, it's worse than Minneapolis as far as that goes. And we thought we were pretty bad. But a lot of the people, have migrated from Chicago, Gary, Indiana, all those places that, we talked about on Dwayne's show the other night, in the early 90s being real hotspots for crime. Then they kind of spread out. And now they're in these new areas. I hope they have to fire the city staff too, who decided to come up with this. But what's sad part about it? It's going to be Parks and Recs people who get fired. It's going to be the low guy on the totem pole. It's not going to be these council members and people who aren't thinking.
No.
You don't need roadblocks so that people can walk down roads so that they can more effectively social distance.
Okay, now listen. Polis, okay, our governor of Colorado, all right, came out and did a whole little, freaking live, right?
Right.
About how he finds the threat of civil war offensive.
Oh, offensive. Oh, okay.
Because apparently some people have been writing him talking about, you keep this up, there's going to be a civil war.
Well, I mean, you just can't hold people's rights forever against their will indefinitely. I cannot get this sugar to mix, y'all. I know you're seeing the sugar at the bottom of my tea, and it's not tasty.
So, what? Yeah, he did a whole live about how he finds this offensive. Well, you know what?
You just walked down the middle of Nicollet.
What you're doing to our rights is offensive.
Yeah, it is.
Okay?
It's more than offensive. It's defiling our rights. They're literally raping our rights. Raping our rights. Yeah. I mean, look at this. This is pandemonium. Taylor, let's talk about he just walked down the middle of Nicollet Avenue. Nicollet Avenue is not a street you would ever walk down the middle of. Okay?
Yeah,
it's a busy road that always has traffic and people going up and down and up and down and up and down. I mean, you couldn't even, before you would be afraid to cross the street to get hit, let alone walk down the middle of Nicollet. What is that going to turn for invitations for crime and other things when people are starting to pick up on that? People are starting to notice that there's no consequences. And that's a dangerous thing. Pam, Mankato and Sleepy Eye and Walnut Grove, they're still good places. Heather, the host of Liberty Librarian, is from Mankato, and that's where she lives currently. So it's still a small, kind of quiet, sleepy, college town. So it's got a little bit of vibe and zest, but not too much going on as far as crime like in Minneapolis. In Minneapolis, you have to keep in mind, out of the 5 million people population, we have 3.4 million in the metropolitan area. So most people are concentrated into the small metro area where I am and where TLO is. Good for you, Bonnie. Her bug out van is going to be a redo of the 70s ones. They make really cool sleeper vans out of those now. Hashtag van life. They make really cool sleeper vans. I'll tell you that. And they're refurbishing some they have whole companies now too that just do the refurbishing on these old buses for to live in. It's really cool. But I'm just concerned with all of the things that they are putting and implementing in place. I saw a video today. Oh, hold on. Let's see if I can show you this video. Y'all, I seen this video today, and this is a school hosting this, you guys. Okay, let's see if I can make it big. Red, you can't see it, but maybe you can if you're watching chat. My phone's all dirty.
Honestly, it's Miss Helpin. Get ready. We're going to take you through what a typical day will look like if you return back to school during COVID-19. Hi, kids. Don't be alarmed. This is what we're going to look like when you return back. We have goggles, masks,
Now look, she done opens that door with them gloves, okay? Cross-contamination, number one. Okay, that's my issue.
Okay, welcome to school. Don't forget, you have to sanitize your hands before you come into the building. Okay, now a staff member will escort them to class. We have some funky designs on the floor. You'll notice lines and you'll notice some arrows. Make sure that you are keeping at least one arrow apart from all of your classmates and your teachers. But don't forget, we're going to teach you all this when we return back to school. Hi, welcome to a typical classroom. Don't worry, you all have your own spot and all of your own materials that are going to be prepared for when you come back. And also,
now, one thing I want to say about that crap, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Look how far these desks are. You can't even fit any kids in here. How are all the kids going to go to school? There's like 5 desks in that room.
Do not enter. Gym, library, NPR, cafeteria, all are closed.
Multi-purpose room is NPR, if people don't
All
know.
of our play structures
So all off limits. Gym, cafeteria, library, multi-purpose room, all off limits. Equipment outside, off limits.
Don't worry, we'll all be here to help. Can't wait to see ya.
So that was the video, you guys. This comes from a real elementary school, Erdley Elementary School. But what is that shit? You ain't never lied, TLO, because I'm telling you, if school looks like that, my kid ain't going back. I will promise you that. There is no way. Now, a few things I want to talk about. Number one, she opens that door with those gloves. Cross-contamination, number one. No reason to be wearing gloves, okay? No reason. Right, you're right. All the black kids and colored kids will be gone. They won't be even able to go to school. They're just going to keep on. You're right, because there ain't going to be no room. So they have 8 desks in there, first of all. 8 desks. They're all pushed onto the corner, basically. They said, oh, you'll have your own supplies. I would like a refund of all these years I've been buying classroom supplies. Thank you. I want a refund. I want a refund on all these years I've been buying classroom supplies that they can share together. Look, okay, first of all, they should have been doing it like that anyway, number one. Number two, no cafeteria, no gym, no multi-purpose room, no library. What the hell is the point of being at school if all you can do is sit in a classroom 6 feet apart? What kind of games will you be allowed to play outside if you have to social distance? Because they're not going to let you play with the ball because you touched it. Oh, got to sanitize your hands. How is school actually going to function?
Kids of the world are now going to miss dodgeball.
Dodgeball, yeah. What about the little parachute that you did when you were a little kid? And you pull up the parachute and you all run underneath. And what about that?
True.
Like, I'm upset. I'm visibly upset. And I apologize for getting so riled up about this. But at the same time, too, no, I do not apologize. Because this is bullshit. Who do they think they are? How can you... Okay, you got 30 kids in a classroom. We have already had that issue all around the country where classrooms are just exploding with kids. Too many kids. They were talking about having alternating day schedules to where kids, with the last name A through H go... Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and those with, H through L or whatever go on Tuesdays, Thursdays. Somebody's going to be missing out on school that way. Somebody's going to end up missing out on school. There's a number of days of school of the week. So what are they going to try to do? Do 7-day-a-week school so half of the kids can go 3 days, half of the kids can go 3 days, or what? Because otherwise, I don't understand how they're going to be able to do this. Or what, every other week we're going to alternate, and then a group will get 3 days, and then a group will get 2 days, and then a group will get 3 days, and then a group will get 2 days distance learning? There is no way. And these teachers, once they realize they have to wear these masks all day and start passing out from hypoxia, that's going to be a big issue. These kids have to sit in the classroom and eat their food in the classroom. How are they going to be able to wash their hands? They're not even washing their hands before they eat. They're just sitting in the classroom. Are they going to deliver the food to the classroom? Like, I'm just having a really hard time with this. No multi-purpose room. So you guys can't do any activities. No more gym class. No more anything. What is going to be the point of having them there at school? What is going to be the point if they can't have music class or anywhere where they're gathered or congregated? They're literally only going to be in their classroom 8 hours a day and let out for a tiny bit. You know, the best part of the day used to be going to the computer lab or going to the library or going to gym class or going to the cafeteria to break up your day. We're going to start seeing behavior problems in school. You think you're going to get special needs kids to understand that they can't no longer play with their friends and they can't go to gym class and they can't eat their lunch in the cafeteria with friends? My kid just finally got to be able to sit in the dang lunchroom. Now there ain't one. Finally got to be able to sit in the lunchroom after his whole school career of practicing because he's so nervous to be around people. Now all those skills are going to be taken away from him because he's going to get absolutely no chances to actually practice these things and these human communication. It's going to make me cry. These human communication skills that they're taking away from everybody, trying to make them invalids. It's highly upsetting. They know what these processes do to the brain and how it destroys connection, how it destroys humanity, and they know it. They know it. They are trying to break the human spirit. That is what they are trying to do. You cannot explain it to me any way otherwise. Any way otherwise. You know, this whole e-learning thing. They just sent me an email saying, "Oh, you know what? We finally listened to you, and now we're gonna scale back on the time that we make you do school for the kids, to where now it's an hour a day for fourth graders, where it was taking me between 6 to 7 hours a day to get all of it done. Now I get that that's a regular school day, but I still have to live my life. I'm not a teacher. I can't just sit and only do school for 7 hours a day. I have another child. I still have to make food for everybody. So I have to be the art teacher, gym teacher, lunch teacher, everything else too. Like, I get that, but if I was on my own homeschool schedule, I could make things work. The only reason why I complained in this context is how the school wanted you to do things was just unacceptable and outrageous. And now they finally realize it, and they're like, we're going to cut back for the rest of the year. You know, and now they're finally recording the meetings so kids who aren't on at 1 o'clock or 10:30 every morning on Tuesdays and Thursdays can watch the video. You know, they should have been doing that since week 1. No one's, like TLO said, no one has thought of the logistics. No one has thought of what's actually happening. You know, and like BJ said, many state constitutions make so many days a year mandatory. Well, you know, in our state, they just said, oh, well, we're removing those requirements. But what about my son's IEP? Y'all legally are not providing the services that I signed a legal contract for. That upsets me. How are you going to provide these services? He's supposed to have speech so many times, so many minutes per week. He's supposed to have special DAPE so many hours a week. You know, handwriting practice, life skills, all these things that are legally required by law that not one service has been provided since the beginning of coronavirus. And when he was a small child, they used to do home visits. So there's no reason why we couldn't figure something out for these kids. Because otherwise, they're going to be collecting federal dollars on these IEPs, and they're not delivering on anything, and they're going to have to put that there was no progress because they have to be tested in a controlled environment as well. So the testing can't be done. The IEPs can't be done. Nothing can be done. No services are being provided. So I want to know how they are scamming the American people, because this is a huge education issue that millions of people are thinking about because they're dealing with the whole coronavirus thing. But what are they going to do? What is their plan? I really need to understand what their plan is. You know, Star Diamond said, I understand they gave my 5th grader 15 packets to be done by June 1st. See, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. You know, humans are meant to communicate and not be machines, Jenny said. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bonnie said they break the spirit and then reprogram. Yeah. Because it's trauma-based mind control. And we did a lot of stories on trauma-based mind control. Because that's what we did. Because that's what Tiffany Jenks went through, was trauma-based mind control reprogramming. And, you know, basically, you know, I hate to say this, but we all have Stockholm Syndrome with the United States government at this point. We love our captor. And I just, for one, am not going to sit here and watch whatever they're planning to just be completely destroyed at this point. Elaine says you are so right. I mean, I don't want to be right. I really don't. I hate to be right in this case. It makes me very upset. Hello, Elaine. Star said, why did they start these packets when this first started? A lot of schools dropped the ball. Now, I can say, at least with my son's school, they did give out his computer right away. They did make sure he had access to his materials. That is true. But as far as any other help outside of that, or any explanations or any contact, that's how that's went. That's a good point. Class action lawsuit. You know what? I could find enough people in my area, because I've ran the special needs PTA before. I might be able to find enough people to come in on a class action with me about not providing services in some form. I'm not picky. I don't care if I have to sit out in the front lawn with my kid while you guys social distance and do your work. But I just don't feel, when it's legally required, that they're not providing these things. That's all. Because I have to sign a legal contract stating that, if I don't do things a part of the team, that technically they can even take my kid. So what recourse do I get on the flip side when they don't make their end of the bargain? I feel it's a fair question. Somebody's going to have to answer it and figure out a model for the special needs kids who are falling through the cracks, receiving no therapies. All of their ABA, all of their OT, all of those outside therapies have been canceled unless you can receive them in home. It's gone crazy, and I don't think it's fair for any of these kids, because they're the ones who need it the most. I feel bad for a regular kid, but you know what? Regular kids can adapt a little bit better. They're resilient. They got a little bit more, they can understand, it's only going to make these kids more charactered and, battle hardened by the time they get older. But these special needs people who are vulnerable, we can't leave them like this. We cannot leave them just locked inside of their homes, with families probably going crazy. I'm sure parents probably taking more medication than ever, trying to deal, because they're literally going insane because they don't even get a tiny break. There's no respite services. There's nothing. There's nothing to help this whole subset of people, of which the government had the part to begin with to damage our children. That's the upsetting part. I don't expect the government to, solve all my problems. Far from that. But I do think at basic brass tacks, they do have a duty to provide. And they should. And so I'm going to figure out what we can do. I'm going to. You're right, Bonnie. They put us in a double bind. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you do not. Exactly. The non-special needs kids will do just fine. But it's devastating for special needs kids and their parents. No one's getting help out here, and all the adult special needs kids who got basically screwed out of their stimulus checks, bullshit too. All those adults who are claimed by their parents should have gotten stimulus checks. You think that's not going to help their care, or couldn't win in their special needs trust fund, or couldn't to help them pay an extra bill, or maybe get something for therapy for them? People have had to turn to buy trampolines and things to get sensory outlets for their kids. Well, every other person on earth is buying a trampoline right now. And so that leaves people out of the loop. And I hate to complain, because it's tough cookies. I get it. We're all dealt a different hand. But there's a whole world of people who were already locked in their goddamn houses before coronavirus. And it was the special needs families. And they're still locked in now. And now they're locked in with no fucking help. And that's where I have to cut the line. We were already locked in our homes. We were already kept away from society. We already basically had to make our children recluse. Now to even try to bring them out, people look at you crazy. You can't get a special needs person to wear a mask appropriately. Have people gone crazy? This, and so I'm even fearful to bring my child out of the house because I'm afraid they're going to say something to me because he doesn't have a mask. Well, he can't wear a mask. He literally has issues with drooling and problems. So as soon as he puts a mask on, especially paper ones, he gets it wet. And now effectiveness is out of the window. A cloth one, you get it wet. Effectiveness is out the window. So I would rather him wear nothing than wear a mask that could potentially stick virus to it because he got it wet. I mean, we got to think smart here. You know, I hate to go off on a rant like that, but it's just something that really, really grinds me up because they're getting us ready for their educational models that they've wanted to bring for a long time. You know, what's next? Having them sleep at school because, you know, they could come home and infect us? Exactly. And you're right. You're right, Bonnie. Special needs people cannot stand things on their face to begin with. They don't like hats. They don't like necklaces. They don't like certain clothing. You know, to say put on a mask and then keep it on them. And even toddlers. You know how hard it is to keep up with a toddler sun hat? Let alone a mask? People are tripping. It does need to be said, though. You're right, Bonnie. It does need to be said because I think it's something, unless you're living it, you do not have to deal with that. Star Diamond said, I heard that if the parents get the virus, CPS is taking those children. I will fuck a bitch up over mine. I do not blame you, okay? Like I told Red at the beginning of this, let somebody come out here and take my kids and try to keep me from them in the hospital. They will have to fight me. I will have to go to jail. They will have to have a maximum security jail so I cannot get out of, okay? Because they're not going to play with me with these kids. They've gone crazy. I'm sorry, but they've gone crazy. I will not tolerate it. You know, I saw that there was an actual form from the state of Oregon that was talking about this. Now, the one thing I thought about was, okay, well, maybe these people are, you know, single parents or something. That is the only instance I could see CPS needing to come in and potentially take the kids if they had COVID. Because if you're a single parent and you have no family and you have nobody to watch them, right? I could see maybe why CPS would need to step in for temporary. Other than that, though, I feel we all know how CPS is. So you give them an inch and they take a mile, so then they're going to be taking everybody's kids. It is not just going to be single parents. So I just don't like them opening the door to allow this to occur. That's what's got me concerned. Once you open up the door, it gives them room to talk. Well, thanks for loving our lives. We appreciate it here at the Freedom Revolution Network. Come to join us anytime. We appreciate you. Maybe that is what the National Guard is for. You know, I heard there was a National Guard at our local Menards enforcing the mask law. This is what I heard. Now, there was an article about it, and they said, well, it's just for the safety of the people.
That's what the Nazis said.
You're right, Red. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. That's exactly what they said. Oh, it's for safety. Every time we give up safety for security, you know, we lose our freedom. That's the way it works. Every time we give up our liberties, and we're like, oh, let's be safe. Safety. Freedom, gone. And I, for one, when only just a few weeks ago, nobody gave two shits about my personal health conditions, my personal health concerns, my family, my children. Now we're all supposed to be concerned about everybody else. You know what right. It's called when you make everybody equal?
You know what, Scarlett? Not to be this person, but everybody needs to care about everybody else, blah, 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 like they're teaching. I don't see nobody reaching out to pay David's doctor bills. I'm just saying.
Right. I'm saying, because you know what it reminds me of? Communism. That's why I was going to bring that up, because if we were all actually equal, we'd all have the same things. But the way that they keep saying we're all in this together, we're all doing this, we're all doing that, all for one, all in this together. Sounds like communism. Sounds like no matter how bad you're suffering, we're all in this together. Are we? Are you paying my bills? Are you making sure I stay alive? Are you helping me eat? No. No. You know, Star says, I just don't believe that the virus is real. There's a virus, yes, but we've always had virus, and the shit never got out of hand this bad. I mean, you've got a point.
Yeah.
You've got a point with that, because we've been breaking this down since January, since there was 20 cases in China. I really started reporting when there was 45 cases and Wuhan was about to shut down. Now we're at the point where we've been talking about this. If the virus had the R naughts and some of the factors that we talked about in the beginning, and it was as contagious as they claim, we would see a lot more people saturated with it at this point. We would not see the slow declines that we're seeing. If you want to go with a thought from like Dr. Judy Mikovits, and I know people are having issues with her right now, and we're not going to go into all that. But let's just go with the idea of exosomes. Let's say exosomes are releasing into our body, and the viral load, the bacteria and viruses in our cells are activating. It's a waste product, right? So just think about it. If those things then could be, let's even say, smart dust activated, or even just environmentally activated, or even 5G activated, okay? Those things could then activate things in our system that were already there that mimic this virus and our body's ability to rid these exosomes from ourselves. So when you think about it like that, yeah, we could already have had this virus. You know, Dr. Judy Mikovits also says that, you know, it came out of dog kidneys, the flu shot, and dogs carry most coronaviruses that exist. Therefore, if you've had a flu shot, you've had some form of coronavirus injected into your system. So,
yes, Bonnie, we've talked about that in the past, because I am
you missed Mary Poppins?
Chicken pox party.
That would have been devastating.
What?
She said she missed Mary Poppins because of the chicken pox.
I had to miss going to my grandparents' house all the way in Indiana. We lived in freaking Florida. I was getting to fly. It was a big deal. And
oh, that's
I had
terrible.
To miss the whole thing while my brother and sister went because they had stupid chicken pox.
Right. Yeah, they kind of had, it wasn't a big deal when I got them. It was just something everybody got. And then nobody freaked out at school. Nobody was concerned. You know, no other virus have we ever acted like this before. And I get that it's new. And I get that it's dangerous. And I get that it's killing people. But at the same time, we have to have common sense. People die every day anyway.
But they're trying to tell us the same thing about chickenpox now. I mean, I don't remember any of that, but, you know, supposedly there were chickenpox patients and, like, iron lungs and shit.
Well, and I'm sure, but we're just like with any disease. Okay, take pneumonia, for instance. We've all known somebody or either had pneumonia ourselves.
I had pneumonia.
Yeah, but we also know people who have died from pneumonia. Okay? So with every disease, you're going to have people who can die from it because it gets to an advanced stage. That's basically what we're seeing here.
Right.
We're not hearing about any other deaths from anything else besides COVID. So either magically all of a sudden people put themselves on a new timeline where they're not dying, or they're BSing about who's dying from what. Because there's no way that the whole world was just told, oh yeah, coronavirus, no one died.
Yeah, that's funny.
Then no one
They
dies.
just make it out like it's the end of the world. And I never had the measles. I did have the mumps. I got strep throat. That was what I got a lot as a kid. And they never offered when I was a kid to take my tonsils out, and I got it all the time. My sister got it one time, they took out her tonsil. My brother got it one time, they took out her tonsil.
I had to go through it 1,000 times. I had to take this medicine that they told me because I had gotten it so many times that if I took the medicine one more time,
that I became immune to it.
That's what they told me. They were like, if this don't work this time, we're done and we're going to have to take them out. And, you know, I found out now that also Dr. Judy Mikovits talks about this mouse virus that could be in vaccines that causes chronic fatigue and comes from, and I also believe too that some of my symptoms and illnesses could be pandas. Just because I had so much strep throat, I think it could be pandas. And then I think that could have even, you know, passed on. So I think that people don't realize the effects that some of these things have on our bodies. Yes, for most people it can be benign. Other people it can almost kill you and take you out. That's how bodies evolve. You know, that it's just how bodies evolve. You know, and like Star said, they are bullshitting everybody from dying from the COVID. You know, they're just saying, oh, if you die, oh, it's COVID. Oh, COVID.
George Carlin said it best. You have an immune system. But it needs practice. It needs germs and diseases and viruses to practice on. If you live in a completely sanitary environment, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to have an immune system. It's not going to be there. You're going, and then forget about the normal disease that you might get, such as like, you know, just a cold or the common flu. When something like this, you know, COVID comes around that can potentially kill you, you're just going to get sick and die because you're weak and your freaking immune system is weak.
Well, yeah. But at the same time, too, that's what our immune systems are made to touch. Immune systems are made to exchange bacteria. You know, oh, Elaine, I'm so sorry that your parents are afraid. And, you know, it really sucks. Bad. You know, it really is hard to deal with family members who are afraid of this virus. Because I respect their fear because I get it. But at the same time, too, what are we supposed to do? Stay away from our families forever? You know, I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, and Star, you're right. If there is something out there when they open back up, we're weak and not immune to it because we've been locked up. And that's exactly what happened during the Black Plague. Okay? The Black Plague killed a lot of people. Yes, this is true. But the reason why the Black Plague killed a lot of people was because they started locking people in their homes for 40 days as they found out that they had the virus. So if one person in your family had the virus, they were locking you down like in Wuhan, China, and nailing the door shut. 40 days, you were not coming out. That's when the majority of people in towns and cities got the Black Plague.
Yep.
And the people who had to go in and take them out, they also passed the Black Plague. So had they just let people mingle and intermingle and create, you know, immunities, and some people will probably end up being, and that doesn't mean that people aren't going to be super spreaders who are asymptomatic. That's going to happen. You know, there's a story of Typhoid Mary, for instance. You know, they were wondering why all these people kept catching typhoid, and it ended up being that Typhoid Mary was a typhoid carrier, and she was asymptomatic her whole life and died with typhoid in her system.
Actually, Bonnie, the full flower moon was last night.
Oh, was it? Yeah, Red is our resident moon expert, so she would know.
I could do moon news.
Ooh, special moon news. Yes, let's do it right now.
It should be done because it was last night.
Yeah. Bonnie also said I went barefoot most of my childhood, and I still garden in my bare feet if it's dry. I do too. I actually took off my boots the other day at the farm to farm barefoot. Grounding is so important, and we got to hook up with ground therapy still because they are one of our. We have worked with them in the past. They were one of our partners on our previous platform we were on, and Mel has a good relationship with the people over at Ground Therapy. So we got to get them into the mix so that we can get some of their products available to you guys over here on the Freedom Revolution Network. And so we can all watch the earthing and grounding movie together. I think it's so important. Yeah, so important. Star says we've been locked up since when? Yeah, about 3 months. About February-ish, I started locking down a little bit more than I usually did. Definitely first week of March. I mean, I snatched my kid out before the schools closed, and so I was, a couple days ahead of everything that I had seen, at least at that time. So it's interesting.
So we've got May 7th the full flower moon. It's also now, for anybody who hasn't heard Moon News before or listened to either of the shows, Scarlett and I have our own opinion about the super moons, okay?
We do.
But
I just want to preface it by this. Okay, if the definition of a supermoon is a moon that is much larger than all the other moons, and it's not supposed to happen often, for the past 3 years at this time of year, we have had back-to-back supermoons months in a row. And technically, celestially, for how they explain that it's supposed to work, that is not supposed to be able to happen. So,
right.
Just saying. Either we're getting closer to the moon at times or something's happening. And Susie says the plague comes from the grand solar minimum. That's true. And it did just start, and we talk about the grand solar minimum a lot here. That's my jam. And she said she studied plagues because her great-grandfather died of Spanish flu. And, cycles return. And so let's listen to the moon cycle with Red's Moon News, which is one of my favorite parts of the show. So everyone enjoy.
So, okay, now this is supposedly the last supermoon this year.
Okay.
We hear that
we hear that a lot. So I just want to make sure that we all make a mental note that for the rest of the year we better not hear about no supermoon, or else I call BS.
Right, and this was in a set of 3. And we'll see if this remains true or not. So it actually peaked at 6:45 a.m. Thursday morning. You could have still gotten a really, really good look at the full moon Thursday night. Today it's still pretty full, but not as full as it was last night. Now, they say that this moon will be slightly further away than the last 2 months, but still close enough to qualify as a supermoon. So, like I said, y'all know how Scarlett and I feel about supermoon. So, the full flower moon being from the fact that flowers begin blooming, April showers bring May flowers, right?
Right.
Also called the mother's moon, milk moon, or corn planting moon.
It's on the, can you see the ticker, TLO? Because it's on the ticker if you're looking for the, continue.
Okay. Days for above ground planting this month will be the 25th and the 26th. Below ground are the 15th and the 16th. Good days to start setting eggs this month will be the 4th and the 5th, the 12th through the 14th, and the 31st. And the best fishing days this month are the 1st through the 7th and the 22nd through the 31st. That is the part of the moon news that we attribute to the Farmer's Almanac because we love it.
We do.
And the full milk moon falls in Scorpio, opposite of Mercury this month. interesting of combinations, and it's going to be even more difficult to handle these energies with the current state of events happening right now. So, Scorpio full Mother's Moon brings a childlike curiousness mixed with extreme tenderness and affection. However, be aware that the lustfully sultry seduction of the Scorpio is just waiting to come out in full force. You're going to need to focus this energy, and you're going to need an outlet, or this sexual energy will mow you right over.
Ooh.
Especially in the courting realm. Not just physical sexual. You need
Call from TLO. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2. To accept, press OK. I sent the caller a voicemail. Goodbye.
Hold on, Red. We're going to have to, hold on. Give me 1 second because I just had a technical difficulty here. So give me 1 second. So hold on. Go. Oh, shit. Go back about 30 seconds.
okay. I don't know how far that was.
Not that far.
What was the last thing you heard?
Don't know.
Wow. Really?
Well, TLO was trying to call in, and I was trying to be all slick and pick it up, and then put him on hold, and then I couldn't.
Okay. You heard about the sexual energy?
Yes. That it's gonna ram you, run you over. I was gonna say ram you over.
Oh, you're right over. Okay. Especially in the courting realm.
Okay.
Not
6 1 2 6 1.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. You gotta give me 1 more second because you're gonna have to repeat it again because TLO called again and again, but now we got him on, and then but now we didn't because it's hooked up to continue. G, I'm gonna figure this out. Give me a second, TLO, because it's hooked up to my phone somehow and it's not picking up. So continue. Sorry, G. I apologize.
Okay, so you need physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental sex right now.
Right.
With Venus being in shadowed retrograde, with the full flower moon, you need to be wary of old lovers, especially right now with the COVID stuff, because everybody's got you all scared to go out and meet anybody new, or even date, or anything of that nature. So when that old lover pops up going, hey, want to bang? You're going to be like, yeah, I got all this sexual energy. Go do it. Just say no. He's an ex for a reason. She's an ex for a reason. Keep it that way. Don't mess this up.
Right.
Okay? You're going to want to, though, because it's going to be comfortable. It's going to be easy. It's going to be convenient. It's going to be like, oh, yeah, I can hit it and walk away. No, it's never going to be like that with an ex. You're never going to be able to hit it and walk away. Okay?
True.
None of that. Right? So be warned. Now, don't be all willy-nilly and Twitter posted.
Yellow. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2. To accept, press 1.
Oh my goodness. Why is it doing this a million times? Okay, there we go. Got it. Finally got it. All right. There we go.
There.
All right. So continue, Red. All right. We got TLO on. Continue with the moon.
Okay, so don't be all willy-nilly and Twitter-pated with your ex. Okay? Because like I said, with all this stay at home, and all the fear of others going around, and all the social distancing, and all of this, the exes are going to look so.
Oh, they just cut red. How dare them? Y'all heard that, right? I would like to say that was interesting. So let's see what we can do. Let's call red back. It's ridiculous. It's how rude. I had everything together. Okay, they're ruining my moon news.
Okay.
They're just all about cutting you off, so continue.
Okay. So like I said, well, yeah, because I'm making a very valid point right now. These exes are going to pop up. And like I said, with all of this stuff going on, with the stay-at-homes, the fear of others going around, social distancing, these exes, they're going to look tempting. They're going to look comfortable. They're going to look easy. Okay? And then on top of that, you're going to have all this sexual energy. Scorpios are very, very sexual.
Yeah, I would say in general, I would say that, yes.
Yes, they are, and they have their sexual nature is very lustful, sultry, and seductory. Okay. And so you're going to have all that. And that's why you got to have an outlet for it. But don't let it be the exes, because they are going to pop up right now. With, like I said, Venus is shadowed and it's in retrograde with the full moon. So this is going to equal these exes. Big time. Okay? Now, this is going to keep going for the whole moon cycle, guys. So don't think it was just last night. No, yeah, you dodged a bullet. No. Whole moon cycle. When I give moon news, it's on a whole moon cycle. Okay? And I used to do full moon, new moon, full moon, new moon. I don't do that anymore. I only go full to full.
Which that brings a few more quirks or, I guess, nuances into the mix.
Right. Okay. So just know that these exes are going to be popping up, and you don't want to go down that road too long.
Right.
Now, you're going to find yourself completely intoxicated by others. But more than that, you're going to find yourself completely intoxicating to others right now. Okay? So it's going to go both ways. Which, again, can cause a problem with the exit.
Interesting.
Okay, because I don't know if any of you have any, but I personally have an ex that says to me, even still now, and you know who it is, Scarlett, you know who it is, because there's only one that we ever talk about, so you know who it is, okay? And he still, even to this day, says, you're like a drug to me, Red.
True.
Okay, now, you're going to find yourself intoxicated. You're also going to be very intoxicating to people. Now, since we have been so isolated, okay, any attention that you give or get right now is going to feel like some sort of a magic spell. I'm not even lying. The energy's going around, and the way that everything has been, and the way that you're going to be energized by this moon, the vibes out there, any attention that you get with the way that they've had us so isolated is going to feel like a magic spell. You're going to be able to entrain people.
Ooh.
It's going to seem like that anyway.
Right.
Okay. Now, couple this with the main star in the Libra constellation. And now we're going to bring some elements of violence, disease, lying, crime, disgrace, unforgiving nature, danger of poisoning, and
danger of poisoning. What you talk about, Red?
Now, for
I
those who
know
don't know,
what that sounds like.
Right? What you talk about, Red?
so for those that don't know, the two scales of Libra, they used to actually be the two claws of Scorpio in the constellation.
Really? That's
But they
interesting.
fell apart. Okay? So the Scorpion's claws are used to either make love or kill.
Isn't that funny? You know what Bonnie said before this? She said, I have Libra all over my chart. And for me, lovers were like having a box of chocolates thrown in my face. Isn't that interesting that it's the two claws of Scorpio? Hey.
Right, okay? So Scorpions do not let go until one or the other is completed. Okay? Now, onlookers often cannot tell one action from the other, and sometimes even the Scorpions don't know.
Right.
Okay, and we're not
That
talking
definitely sounds like my
right
fiance.
now. Right now, I want to clarify, we're not talking about just the sign Scorpio. We're talking about Scorpions in nature.
Right.
Okay? So,
Yep.
this star is in the forefront of the Libra. With Scorpio full moon, is going to bring ill will, unfortunate situations, domestic violence, arguments, miscarriages of justice for psychopathic killings wrapped in the guise of love.
Dang. And what have we been seeing?
Add to all of this, Mercury being opposite this moon, which means that it can easily be pained and be very beneficial when it's harnessed correctly. Now, this requires balance of self, being at peace with self, and allowing the mind to work in conjunction with your intuition. But you need to be aware of the very nervous aspect of the energy itself. You may need to self-medicate right now because of this nervous energy. So to help relieve this, you need to be extremely careful right now, though, because this can be very quickly lead to an addiction during the same energetic moon if you're depending on the wrong things for your self-medication. This is going to bring about highly strung, relentless energy spikes. And you need to have creative outlets to release and to help alleviate the conflict that's going to go on between your mind and your intuition, or your gut and your natural instinct. Add in the aspects now of Venus square to Neptune in the cross opposition to Mercury, sextiling Neptune, and the full moon being quincunx to Venus. This all now is going to come together and bring forth covert operation. This is not really great considering the state of the world currently. So, it will also bring tons of propaganda to cover the covert operations, to get you all believing things like we're all in this together. Also a time for a big time sorcery or phenomenal magic. Remember, the Scorpio is a trickster. You're watching his claws as he stings you. So, keep all of this in mind as you charge forward for this moon cycle. That's full moon for this month.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. You know, these dang moon newses from the beginning of the year, Red, have been shit. Can I just say that? And I love moon news. but they have not been good news at all.
Moon news doesn't lie. I can't make it say
I know you can't. I know
know.
you can't, but I'm just making a, since we were kind of reflecting tonight on, the past and, all the things we've done together.
Moon news has been right on. Moon news even predicted Trump.
Moon news predicted the coronavirus and how crap it was going to get. That's true. Yes, it absolutely did.
Okay, Moon News has been right on the money for 4 years. So when Moon News started coming up bad, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. And she was like, you have to keep doing it. So I kept doing it, and it's been bad and bad and bad and bad, and it's just bad. And she's like, it's crap. Well, I did say after the first really bad one, I was like, this first time we've ever really, really had a truly, 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 really bad Moon News, and I don't want to do them anymore.
Right. Go back to January and listen to that first one. And it was right before, like, all the coronavirus and everything popped up. No, actually, it was right before David's accident, wasn't it?
Yep.
And it was like, there will be something that will rock your families and rock your life. And it was like, okay. And we were like, okay, Moon News, what you got? And it was like, okay, all right. We ain't talking shit about you no more, Moon News, because you're going to whoop our ass. So we better calm down on that, But I found that interesting. But yeah, Moon News has not been like happy cheer. Moon News used to be like invigorating, where you would like hear Moon News, you'd be like, oh, I can make my life like all namaste, and like I can just like keep moving forward, and like now Moon News be like, sink or swim, bitch, sink or swim.
Moon News is a thing. Full Moon News is a thing, Susie. I don't know if you're new to the shows. I'm gonna say yes because I've never seen you before.
Susie's around a little bit. She's been around in a few different shows, and so she's.
But Moon News is a thing. Like I've been doing it for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten better since I started.
It has gotten better. It's really
when I first started, it was pretty basic.
It was still good though. Like it still had good
It's come a really long way. But Moon News is a thing, and we do it every month.
I stopped biting my nails because I started doing dip powder last year. My nails were a lot longer before I started working on the farm, and then I stopped doing the dip powder and then like snapped all my nails off. But I did do my nails the other night because I was tired of not having nails done. So I highly recommend dip powder because you can't bite them as easy because then they're thick and it's like having acrylics. So I'd highly recommend it. And I hope you're not nervous about what's to come. I mean, none of us have a magic, window into what is about to happen. No one has the magic 8 ball. I wish we did, but we don't. And so, anticipating, what's to come. Unfortunately, I've just learned not to do that. You get ready, you prepare, but you don't brace for impact, so to speak. You know what I mean?
And Bonnie, yes, you're right. Neptune causes illusions, and it does cause you to see the wrong thing as a distraction. This is where the X's come into everything. And like I said, they're going to look tempting. They're going to look like something you want to do, especially because you've been so isolated, and they're showing you attention. And any attention to you is going to feel like a magic spell right now. And you're going to be like, oh, yes. And then you're going to wake up tomorrow and go, oh, my God, I got to chew my arm off. Why did I do this? And then you're going to be like, wait, maybe I can make this work. No, they're an X. They're an X for a reason.
You ain't lying. That's real. Yeah, no, Bonnie, try it. Even your local, like, Walmart and other places just sell dip powder kits. That's where I got this red dip powder kit, and I mixed it with the silver. So then I kind of make this color I call Ruby Slippers. So it's like a sparkle color, but you can do it yourself. It's really easy. Or Amazon has all-in-one kits that you can do it yourself for under $60. It's like the same price as going to the salon once, and you can do your nails as many times as you want.
Yellow still with us?
He is.
Yeah.
Did you make it home yet? Or are you still walking?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I figured that.
Walking and listening.
Yeah, so he trucks it on the way home.
Just checking on you, bro. Just checking on you.
Yeah, we gotta check on you out here, man. Like,
Okay.
So, I mean,
No,
what do you
just
think
gathering
of Moon
information, what
News?
you're saying, so.
Yeah, what do you think of Moon News?
Well, I actually have hopes that a certain X will come back, but it sounds definitely a description of another X that also could reappear, so there's that possibility as well.
Yeah, yeah, it's like be
And
careful what
unfortunately, I
you wish
believe one of
for.
the X's is the main reason why the other X is an X.
True. It's like that. Oh, it's like that song, Red. The X's and O's, X's and
Yes,
O's.
Oh, hey, so before I forget,
Huh.
because we were talking about this earlier, and before I wanted to bring it in then, but then we were doing Moon News and everything, and I kind of put it out of my head. So I went with my girl from work, Vic.
Right.
Okay. Transparency Day. We went to Tony.
Right.
Okay, and like right now, Tony's is just carry out.
Oh, right.
So we
Right.
went to Tony, and you can go in and order, but you have to get your food late. Okay.
Right.
So we go inside, we order, and Tony tells us that they're going to let him open on the 17th. Okay.
Oh.
And I'm like, that's great. And he's like, yeah, except I have to sit people 6 feet apart.
Okay.
Everyone has to be masked. If you walk in here past the 17th without a mask, I can't let you in the building.
What?
And he has to take your temperature at the door.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, some places are starting to do that.
What the hell?
And he literally looked at me, and I feel bad. And for those that don't understand, like, Tony is from Mexico, like, straight from Mexico. But he is over here legally, got his green card. He opened this restaurant. His wife and him run it. He lives in Sliding. He's been here for a really long time. His kids have been raised here. His kids have kids here now. Like, there's a generation of stuff happening with this restaurant. And he's an excellent man, and he's very proud to be an American citizen. He's taken his test. He passed. He did all that. Because that used to be required to come over here, y'all, okay? Just
right,
so you know.
yeah. Oh, and it's still technically, its civics test is still a part of their technical requirements. But I doubt
but they
that
don't have to do it before they come over now.
Right.
Right. Okay. So
which I feel like every American should have to take that test anyway, just because there's things that I swear people don't know.
For just as my little own FYI, he's Trump's supporter.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Good for him.
Okay. And I literally listened to this man today tell me, I don't want to do this. I came to America to be free.
Amen. Amen.
If I wanted to be treated like this, I could have stayed in Mexico.
He ain't lying, though. I mean, how are you going to have people wear masks while eating? Do you know how unsanitary that is?
He said the same thing. He said, what are they supposed to do? Pull it down, take a bite, put it back up. Pull it down, take a bite, pull it back up. Is that how they're supposed to do this?
Right.
That's garbage.
Oh, and Susie says she's on a higher dimension than many because of attending peyote ceremonies with her tribe for 5 years. She feels many more things than most people, so fingernails are not important to her, which I do understand.
Yeah.
I do get that. I was more thinking about it as a nervous habit or out of concern than actual care. You know what I mean? Because at this point, if you're worried about fingernails and nail polishes and stuff, even though I was just talking about them, you have different priorities that you really need to think about what's going on right now. So that's wonderful that you're an elder of the tribe, Susie. I'm sure we could learn a lot from you and learn a lot about your experiences. Our state made peyote illegal recently. So there's that. But Colorado, it's not illegal. So just saying.
No, it's not. I wish I knew even where to get it or to find it.
Hopefully we could maybe find somebody. Hey, Susie, are you like in New Mexico or something where you cook red up? Like, you close? You close to red? Where's the peyote at? But you know, because I think that because Red's in actually a portal place there out by Crestone, Colorado. So she's in a very energetically heightened place that has so much energy when you're there. If you're not like spiritually sound, I don't recommend going there because you're going to feel physically ill.
It's gonna chew you up and spit you out.
Yeah, you will feel physically ill.
You're not gonna come out better.
No. It's not one of those like I'm gonna like reformation, transform. Like no, this is for like the spiritually advanced. Like you just can't. You just can't be everybody going there. This is like one of the places that like Stephen Greer does a lot of his retreats. And there are literally every religion of the world on the side of the mountains. So
yeah. And we have our own theories about that. You'll have to go back to some of our shows and listen to the Mysterious Valley shows and all that. But we have our own theories on why every religion from around the world is congregated in one place on the side of that frickin' mountain.
Yeah. Believe that. We do have our own theories.
We've been there. We experienced it. I'm not just going to say we believe it. We know it.
We do know it. We watch things disappear in front of our own eyeballs. Like people might think we're crazy for saying that, but we watch things be there and then not be there. Like whole vehicles.
Werewolf cave.
Yeah, and whole vehicles just appeared out of nowhere. So yeah, we did.
And disappeared into nowhere.
Yeah, and came out of nowhere where they could have come. So
random signs that say thank you.
Yes.
And I don't know about anybody else, but I'm an energy person. So when I see something that says thank you, my first thing is, what you mean? What you mean thank you? What'd you take that you thanking me for? I didn't give nothing. I wasn't here to give nothing. What'd you take? You had to have taken something to be thanking me for it. And just because you're thanking me for it doesn't mean that I gave you the right to take it. No, I don't accept your goddamn thank you. I want whatever you took back right now.
Right? Yeah, no. So we've experienced a few things that have made us uncomfortable, to say the least. So she's in the Ozarks in Missouri, and it's.
Man, she's close. She's where Frog is.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, let's go see Frog, dude. Let's go.
Where Toad is.
Let's go see Toad, and let's go take a road trip and go see Toad, and then we can all participate. Third Saturday of each month in Ava, Missouri. You know what? I'm going to try to make that a thing. You know what? I'm going to try to make that a thing this summer and come down either like June, or July and try to come down.
Toad just moved to Missouri and took one of my goats.
Road trip? You want to go on a road trip, Sheila?
Sure.
She named him
Let's go.
Rocky Mountain Goat. And she just
I love that name, Rocky Mountain Goat, so much. I really love that so much.
Like, oh my God, he's so spoiled.
He is. He has his own. He had his own hotel to keep him in until he got his goat house built, and so he was very.
And now you know they have him in the fucking car with them.
Oh, so now he rides. He's a riding goat.
Oh, no. Like, in the morning, because it's cold, apparently, like...
they got to keep him with them to keep him warm.
No, he would be fine.
No, I know that, but they're saying...
He was born outside.
Girl, I know. But your first two bottle babies were inside. So,
yep.
Okay. So we got to remember that. Like, and I get it. It's your first animal, it's really exciting.
No. So in the morning they sit in their car and they drink coffee
with them
and they talk,
to the
which I totally understand because we did the same thing when we first started homesteading. And the car was our place, you remember?
Oh, yep.
And so they put him in the back seat with them in the mornings now for coffee time.
Right. Yeah, I'm only about like 8 or so maybe 8 or so hours away from you, Susie, not too far. So it's worth a road trip.
About 8 hours.
Yeah, definitely worth a road trip. like to go down there and just experience the tribe too. I love learning from indigenous cultures. I love learning how, mechanisms work and how you honor your ancestors. Those things are very important to me. Being a steward of your culture is a blessing and a gift. Also can be a curse, depending. But for the most part, I find it fascinating to learn how other people live and how they express themselves, especially with the concepts of higher being. That's a big deal. It really teaches you a lot about people and how they function. And how their minds work together. It's just, we have a lot of native culture here. And so there's a lot to learn. And we've seen a lot of innovation in the native cultures up here too. I actually just put in a seed order with a place that I found was really fascinating, called the Alliance of Native Seed Keepers. And I did reach out to them to see if they would like to come on the program and talk about their experience and what their company is. And so we'll see if they respond back. I don't know if they will or not. But I just thought they would be an interesting people to talk about because they're, collecting seeds from all over the country. You know what I thought was interesting, Red? The reason why it caught my eye and why I ended up ordering from them is because somebody asked, we're like, do you have any seeds for the San Luis Valley? And you know me, I'm like, what you talking about? And they were like, no, we don't have any for sale, but we are collecting them to bring back to like the people of the San Luis Valley. And I was like, you know what? That's a really like admirable thing to do. And they had a really good seed selection. Most places are sold out, but I found a few different things that I hadn't had yet, like fennel and collard green seeds and just a few things I didn't already have. So I'm really excited about that. So,
well, I want to get this out for Susie here. So Susie says that it is a ritual that they do the third Saturday of each month.
Okay.
And it's New Haven Native American Church, Sweden, Missouri.
Okay. See how far that. I want to see how far that is.
You can bring your tents.
Okay. Yeah. I got a little camper.
Oh.
So that will work. We have a little pop-up tent camper. So, just big enough. There's room for you on your own side, Tila. We got room. Right, we got room for you, Cliff.
Kids are welcome.
Oh, wonderful. See, and I would like to, I think that would be a good experience. You could potentially have a lot of healing that way. Just being there. We do know a lot of these substances, enhance our awareness, right?
I don't know if she means like they're welcome to do that.
But you get what I'm saying. Just being there. Obviously, my children would not be partaking in the ritual, but just being around me while I'm partaking in the ritual might bring that energy connection together to get close. You know what I mean? Because I'll be brought on another plane. Kids are already on that, higher plane.
I love fennel tea.
Yeah, see, that's why I got the fennel, so I'm so excited to grow it. Okay, so I'm trying to find out where this is. Okay. Now, this is the area that actually Mel is looking into acquiring some land. Her daughter is down in this area, actually. Yes. So that's actually that area. I've looked at this map before, and she was talking about like outside of Branson. And so, I mean, it's like a couple hours from Branson, but very, very good. I know where you are. So yeah, maybe we'll have to do a little FRN road trip. And I know Mel would go because she's going to be a grandma soon. So she's going to be going down there anyway. So just saying. I will message you before you come. Would you like to email me, Susie, so we could, have a point of contact together? Station manager at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. Just pop me an email, say, hey, it's Susie, and we can connect there and just keep in contact before we would do something like that so we're coming.
Anybody looking to contact me, by the way, you can get a hold of me at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com.
Yeah, see, and that's what I'm wondering too, is if it wouldn't, I had been on a quest, and you said you were new. So I had been on a quest for a while to try some different psychedelics to see where, kind of like a Terrence McKenna style experiment. And so I just feel like there are certain parts of the mind that cannot be unlocked without these type of things. And so I'm always on a quest for these things. So it piques my interest. It's exciting. And especially when it's done in the healing ceremony and set with the right, because, it brings the right energy. It brings the right atmosphere. It allows you to set yourself up for a better spiritual experience than, like 5 people on a couch in a dirty garage somewhere. There's a big difference.
Right?
It is, I'm not trying to down anybody's experience, but I do think there is a difference.
Well, so yeah, I wanted to let everybody know that that's what's going on apparently for Salida, Colorado. Everybody, to go to a restaurant is going to have to submit to wearing a mask, eating with a mask somehow, and getting your temperature taken at the door.
Okay,
and if you have a temperature, he has to refuse you. If you're not wearing a mask, he has to refuse you. And if you have a temperature, not only does he have to refuse you, but he has to ask your name, and he has to report you in a state site.
Broncos.
Yeah. Welcome to the Stasi. Welcome to
And he
the
said
Stasi.
if he doesn't, and he gets caught not doing it, they will take his business
Yankees
license.
restaurant. Yep, both Yankees restaurant.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, I got an email today from my apartment complex saying that they're going to try and ban people from coming here.
What?
So any guests or whatever.
Ooh, I dare them
to.
I dare them to, because you know what? Like my mother picks me up to take me to go to work and to go to the farm and to help watch my children. So she's also my child care. And technically because of the farm and technically because I own FRN and I'm a journalist, both of my jobs are considered essential. So with that being said, I dare them to. They've already taken away as much as I want. But how can they say meetings of 10 or less, but you can't have nobody over? And you cannot make rules on people's apartments that affect their enjoyment. There are actual laws in place about enjoyment.
Chaffee County here is implementing the mandatory mask law. Now, here's the part that's the kicker of it, okay? The kicker is it's going to take effect on the 17th. You're going to have to mandatorily wear a mask anywhere that you are going to be in public contact with anyone else, okay? And in residential homes, if you're visiting somebody else's residential home.
You can't tell me what to do. And furthermore, how dare you try to tell me what to do in somebody else's home? Thank you. It's somebody else's home at that. So you're telling me if I have a friend over, you have the right to tell them to wear a mask in my home? Excuse me? Like, hold the fuck on. See, this is how we know that this is the beginning of communism and this is the beginning of the New World Order, because they're pushing to see how much people will frickin' take. And I, for one, not for it. Not for it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit at all. I don't like any of it.
I don't like it, and I'm German.
Right? Me too. Like, my mother's maiden name, very German. Very German. This is crap. You can't tell private property what to do in their own home.
Ayahuasca. That would be so amazing.
Yeah. That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Yes, we will talk. We will become good friends. We will talk. Because, I mean, it's interesting how they want to now take everything away from us that we've set up. You know, we can't even have the right to private property. We don't have the right to association. We have nothing. And if the people keep saying, "Oh, let's save each other, let's do it," we're not going to have anything left. You know, I saw somebody's status who said that they were running for office. First of all, okay, now I don't know how you're going to run for office. Okay, but then saying, until the CDC says otherwise, we'll be, till they say to stop social distancing, we'll be social distancing. So you mean forever?
Basically.
Oh, you know what? Did you hear this? Did you hear this, Tila? Wall said that he believes that he will actually, that he sees herd immunity being the way we can get out of this. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. And I guarantee you they're going to try and stifle his ass.
Right? Because, I mean, but I think they're finally grasping that they can't create this vaccine. I think that they split up at the mouth before they really thought about it. And now realize they can't do it.
Sweden is showing the world up. Sweden is showing the world up because they haven't adopted any sort of shelter in place, and their numbers are, comparatively speaking, still relatively low.
True.
And they're going the full herd immunity, so they're basically making everybody look like a fool. That's why you won't see Sweden being talked about at all in any mainstream media, like at all. Like I have to look to find stuff like numbers on Sweden because they don't want people to see the fact that this is the way we have to get through this is the tough way. The way that we're doing it is long, and it's basically going to kill us off anyways, the way we're doing it.
Right.
We need to kind of just go and do what we've done for thousands of years and just build up the immunity. Yes, people will die. That is a given. If there wasn't a coronavirus, there'd still be mass shootings, there'd still be earthquakes, there'd still be, all sorts of deaths. So it's not like we're prolonging our lives or, avoiding death. Death is still out there. Death is still coming.
Yep, true. You could die from just about anything. And how many people are probably dying from infections or other scenarios that are happening that we're just not hearing about?
Lack of care. Yeah, exactly. Lack of care because everybody's worried about the virus.
We already knew how...
nobody's paying attention to anything else.
Well, yeah, because we already knew how they were treating people in nursing homes, so I can only imagine what it's like now.
Exactly.
When no one's watching, when they know no one's watching, when they know no one's coming in for accountability. It was already bad when they knew they were being watched.
All these things, like it doesn't even matter for just like medical either. It's like all of our jobs, all of our businesses, they're going to start adopting and practicing some real shady business practices because they know they can get away with it because nobody's fucking watching.
Yep.
Do you see a bunch of people who go around and inspect and make sure stuff is status quo? Do you see them out and about? I don't see them out and about. I can't even tell you the last time I saw a Minneapolis inspector out and about.
Mm-mm.
And they used to be everywhere. You couldn't go anywhere without seeing one of their little blazers.
Yeah. Well,
and now they're gone. So who's inspecting stuff? Who's making sure shit is going the way it's supposed to go? Nobody. So who's to say it's actually going the way it's supposed to go?
For the last 3 weeks, we have had, for the last 3 weeks, when I go to Walmart, there is somebody at the front door. They now have a corral for entrance and exit, okay? And when you enter, there is a woman there, and she is counting every fucking person that goes in. And once she hits a certain amount, she calls it off. You're not allowed. You have to wait right people come out for the next party.
Wow.
They are starting to enforce one-person rule. We were told today when we went into Walmart that on the 17th we would be required to wear a mask, and also on the 17th they will then be enforcing on top of the mask the one person per household rule, because we did walk in as a party of 3 because it was me, David, and my girl from work. She needed to go shopping. I need to go shopping. It's an hour drive. So when she's like, hey, I don't really know where I'm going. I need help, because she just moved here from Colorado City. So she doesn't know where nothing's at and stuff really yet. And she's like, I need help getting around, and it's a free ride, and it doesn't use my gas, and I can get everything I need done.
Correct. You're just pooling resources.
Right. This used to be a very common thing. Now all of a sudden it's like we're not allowed to do it, and people are suffering up here in my area from it. I'm not necessarily saying us, but I know people suffering because they're dependent on other people that take them to the store, like me and Vic just did today.
Amen.
And they're not able to do that anymore. We are blessed in the fact that we do have a shuttle service, and he's only local, and I mean very local, but he has a little shuttle bus, and he shuttles the old people up to Salida twice a week, and he still does it, but he does make them sit 6 feet apart. He does make them wear masks on the way up and on the way back. And he also makes them Lysol all of their groceries before they can put them on the bus.
What?
That's not him. That's like what they told him. If he wanted to run the bus, this is what he had to do.
What?
Jeez.
And as of the 17th, he has to take everyone's temperature first. And if they have a temperature, he can't let them on.
What if I have to run or something, or it's hot outside? You're gonna have a temperature, and what is considered over 99? Some people run 99 naturally.
Correct. I naturally run at between 99 and 100 degrees.
See, so you would be excluded from everything then.
Yep.
Correct.
See, that's where I draw the line, is when it starts to become insanity. Like, where there is no exception for the rule. And medicine is not one size fits all. So to even see this happening is just highly inappropriate. Honestly.
It is. It's vastly inappropriate.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And so, now you guys have a better idea of why Hollis, our governor, may be getting some letters talking about some civil war.
Right. Well, I mean, he's basically making citizens turn against each other.
Correct.
And then wants to be like, I find your threat of civil war highly offensive. Well, you know what, sir? I find you
highly
on
offensive.
my rights as a human and a United States citizen and a Colorado citizen highly offensive.
Right?
Because you're traipsing them all.
True.
You're dehumanizing, and we went through this. We've been going through this. I've been saying this now for 2 years. The 10 steps of genocide. Have I not? Have I not been going over this? Have I not?
Right?
You have.
We're there, people. We're there. I've been telling you it was coming. We've all been like, Red, you're crazy. You're just fear-mongering. You're just in your little tinfoil hat. First of all, I don't wear tinfoil hats because they're stupid.
Right.
Okay? Mine's made of copper. That actually works. Thank you. All right.
Yep. saying. Just saying.
Just saying. Just pointing it out. I have also told you all this for 4 years biblically that this was coming.
True.
Okay, and when I say biblically, I mean spiritual Bible, people. I don't mean just one particular Bible. I mean the spiritual Bible of all.
Yep.
Okay, and no, they haven't ever written one, but they should have.
They should have.
Maybe that's what I've been doing. Maybe that's why I write all these books down. Maybe that's why I was supposed to combine them all and make one big
The spiritual book of all. Yeah, maybe.
Because that's how I do everything. Like when we do our spiritual stuff, like I don't just read these things, guys. Like I literally translate and copy some of them.
Right.
And so it takes a very long time sometimes. And I have books that I've written full by hand out, translated and written out in English so that we could cover them on the show. And maybe that's why I'm doing it. Maybe it's because I'm supposed to put them all together into one big book.
True. That could be. I wouldn't discount it. I wouldn't discount it at all. It's something to think about.
Well, yes and no, Pam, because I think that's a little unfair too. Trump is kind of limited by his advisors as well, so he's only as smart as those who are advising him.
Yep, and they've been cutting him off with the people that actually had some common sense for a while.
Yeah, truth.
For at least 2 years. Red and I noticed that, and we wondered if they were mind controlling him or putting something in his food or something about 2 years ago. It wasn't this January, but the January before last.
Yep.
We definitely were like, what is going on? He seems different. He's acting different.
Yes.
So one thing I wanted to talk about is TLO had brought up Sweden, right? And there's an article today in the Washington Post. So hold on. I got to get myself together. But I think I can share this. Hold on. It's my first time, y'all. You got to give me a chance. I'll be a saint.
Oh.
Give me a chance. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, tab. Here we go.
While you're looking for that, my dear.
Got it.
Okay.
Tale of two epidemics. Scientists in Sweden and Britain fight over who took the right public health path. Now that the first waves of infections and deaths have peaked and lockdowns are being lifted, scientists around the world have begun to skirmish over which countries have pursued the best strategies to protect their people. One of the most contentious confrontations have been between leading infectious disease specialists in Sweden and Britain, who each claim their approach is right. The two countries went in two different, very different directions. After a weeks-long delay, Britain ordered a strict lockdown in late March. Sweden has guided along with much more relaxed, voluntary guidance, trusting its citizens to use their common sense and maintain reasonable social distancing. London has been a ghost town, its economy shattered like most. But through all of March, April, and early May, you could still dine in at restaurants in Stockholm or drink a cold Pilsner on a sunny patio bar. Swedish children go to elementary and middle school. Shops, gyms, factory, and yoga studios are open, often thronged. Throughout the pandemic, life has looked much more normal in Sweden. Leaders of Sweden and Britain both claim they have been guided by the science, and both countries have seen soaring numbers of deaths. Are scientists in both countries wrong or right, but in different ways? Or is it too soon to really know what's going on? The former chief epidemiologist for Sweden, Johan Giesecke, an internationally recognized expert who advises the WHO, has been blasting away at the British government's abrupt decision to reverse itself and mandate a complete lockdown on March 23rd. Initially, Britain had signaled that it would pursue a go-slow approach to allow the pathogen to circulate more widely and begin what virologists call herd immunity. Our aim is not to stop everyone from getting it. You can't do that. And it's not desirable because you want to get some immunity in the population. We need to have immunity to protect ourselves in the future, Britain's chief scientific advisor, Patrick Vallance, said March 12. Giesecke says Britain was on the right path along Sweden, but it all came to a full stop with the appearance of a famous paper by epidemiologist Neil Ferguson and his COVID-19 response team at Imperial College London, published March 16. Ferguson and his team are seen as the gold standard by many epidemiologists, and the paper contained jaw-dropping numbers. Giesecke argues that Ferguson's mathematical simulations shocked the British government and persuaded it to do a 180-degree U-turn and to panic. The Ferguson model was quickly embraced at the highest levels on both sides of the Atlantic, first by Downing Street and then the White House. If nothing at all were done to stop this novel virus from infecting a previously unexposed population, then 510,000 people in Britain and 2.2 million in the United States would die in a tsunami of infections that would overwhelm each country's hospitals, Ferguson's group asserted. But Britain was never going to do nothing. Instead, Prime Minister Boris Johnson's government first proposed a middle way, with less than drastic measures, a mitigation strategy, much like the one Sweden had pursued. Ferguson and his modelers, however, warned that even such a mitigation strategy, which focused on slowing down but not necessarily stopping the epidemic spread, meant that 250,000 would still die in Britain. Public health officials quickly imagined thousands of breathless patients succumbing in hospital parking lots as emergency room physicians were forced to ration ICU beds and precious ventilators. And so, Johnson's government ultimately went on a full lockdown in an attempt to suppress the spread of the virus, but those who support lockdown said the main thing Britain did wrong was wait too long, giving the virus a significant head start. Giesecke had been unusually blunt in calling the Ferguson model not very good and overly pessimistic. He noted it was neither peer-reviewed nor published in a scientific journal, he said in a webinar briefing conducted by Chatham House, the London-based think tank. He thought someone should write a book about how a not very scientific paper changed the policy of an entire country. In an interview with the Washington Post, Giesecke said the Imperial College forecasts were almost hysterical, and the Ferguson paper so fundamentally flawed by the debatable assumptions, for example, that the percentage of people who were asymptomatic but still infectious, that it loses all value as a predictive tool. Scientists fight all the time, but this debate among top-flight infectious disease modelers in Stockholm and London is an eyeball-grabbing because it has burst into the open via Twitter and Zoom chat, think tank teleconferences, and on YouTube, most prominently in a duet of interviews conducted for the online magazine Unheard.com by its editor, Freddie Sayers. In that interview, Ferguson fired back with his Swedish critics, claiming that the majority of epidemiologists in the world support my position, even in Sweden. Some scientists charged that their government was playing Russian roulette with the population. Ferguson countered that the Swedish government made a decision most other countries would not tolerate, meaning to let the virus run more free. He said of Giesecke, he's basically saying we should allow all these old people to die because he doesn't believe we can keep these measures in place. Ferguson said that Sweden is still seeing increases in deaths and cases, and that Sweden's mortality rates were approaching New York City, which has seen the greatest overall fatalities in the United States so far. He said Britain, by contrast, acted in time to keep the nation from being overwhelmed. Ferguson, who did not respond for requests for an interview with the Washington Post, had been guiding Britain through its epidemic until this week. He gave up his role with the British government's Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, which has been steering policy, after the Daily Telegraph reported he had broken social distancing by meeting with his married lover at his home. Ferguson has acknowledged making an error of judgment. The British Prime Minister is certainly a convert to Ferguson's forecast in Johnson's first news conference after being stricken by the virus that almost killed him. He argued that Britain avoided an uncontrollable and catastrophic epidemic that could have cost 500,000 deaths, and he cited Ferguson's worst-case scenario numbers. President Trump, too, has alluded to the Ferguson forecast, boasting of the millions of lives he claims his policies have saved. The pandemic remains far from over, but at this moment, Britain's death toll of more than 30,000 is the highest in Europe. Meanwhile, deaths in Sweden are the highest in Scandinavia, with 3,000 killed by the virus so far. Britain's population is 66 million, and Sweden's is 10 million. Comparing the two countries, Britain is reporting 451 deaths per million people. Sweden is at 314. It's unclear whether there are cultural, demographic, or geographic factors that might make Giesecke's approach more suitable for Sweden than Britain or some other countries. But the WHO has suggested that Sweden is not an outlier. If we are to reach a new normal, in many ways, Sweden represents a future model, Mike Ryan, the WHO's top emergencies expert, said last week. What it has done differently is that it really trusted its own communities to implement that physical distancing. Britain hasn't bet that it bought enough time by the lockdown to protect its National Health Service and protect itself for a possible second wave by ramping up testing, tracing, and quarantines for the sick. Giesecke argues that the virus is essentially unstoppable until either herd immunity is reached when 2/3 of the population has been infected and producing antibodies, or an effective vaccine is widely available, perhaps 9 to 18 months from now, according to the most hopeful projections. In a letter to the British medical journal, The Lancet, Giesecke wrote that everyone will be exposed and that strict lockdowns only push severe cases into the future. Giesecke said that both Britain and Sweden failed their elderly citizens by letting the virus run rampant in our nursing and care homes, where deaths might account for as much as a third of totals. We failed. We've all failed to protect them, Giesecke said. The Swedish epidemiologist said that, yes, of course, imposing a strict lockdown will slow the spread of infections for a while. But then what next, he asked. Giesecke said no democratic society can remain in lockdown for many years or months. Their economies cannot withstand it, and the public won't allow it. Asked why Britain and other countries went for hard lockdowns, Giesecke said that political leaders want to slow leadership, force divisiveness, and strength. He said that people aren't stupid, and if you tell them it's important to keep their distance or wear masks or wash their hands, they will. Yet it's clearly not easy for everyone to obey the guidance all the time. And that is the end of the article. Isn't that interesting? So,
Yep.
big takeaways that we took out of this, right, are number one. So they used a paper, and this dude just put it out there.
Apparently.
But yet, the other folks who put out papers that just put them out there, their stuff can't get looked at. That's all. I'm not even trying to hate on the fact that they weren't peer reviewed. I'm not even trying to even go there. What I want to know is when you've got people writing papers about homeopathy, writing papers about just about everything else, but this man somehow got this in through there, and they acted like it was an official paper out of the Imperial College of London, because I remember this paper, and we referenced this paper in January. They referenced it as a peer-reviewed journal release.
Correct.
And so I find it interesting now that they act like, oh, no, it wasn't peer. It wasn't peer. It was just released. So you're telling me that countries of the world looked at this, and somehow, because this guy is the gold standard, we just took his advice at face value and didn't even look at it?
Yep.
Like,
pretty much what they do with Cambridge, too.
Yeah, I mean, like, we didn't even pick it apart to make sure that it's, scientifically sound, makes sense, the numbers aren't exaggerated, maybe work the actual mathematical model he used to make sure we could get those same numbers and why we would get those same numbers. Nothing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, since the beginning, they've been pumping in this fear that, millions would die, and we're getting there, but definitely not the tens of millions that they were talking about, because they're easily talking about like 20 to 30 million dead.
Yep.
And have we gotten to that yet?
I do remember that they were saying at least 2 million definitely dead within the next 18 months if we did no social distancing whatsoever. And nobody ever planned on that. I don't know where they get the idea that we ever planned to not do anything. Like, we're still going to be taking body shots. Like, it's cool. Like,
yeah, exactly. It's
That's one of the things in
I
the.
firmly believe like what Sweden did was correct.
Yep, I was gonna say.
They realize when you treat your people with respect and don't treat them like idiots, then they don't act like idiots.
Right. Okay. Just like so when the government plays stupid games, they get stupid prizes that they
Correct.
don't like. And this is
Correct.
the result of pushing everybody and not treating them like an adult and giving them respect.
Exactly.
That's what concerns me. We could have all managed ourselves. A lot of people wouldn't have been able to manage ourselves, but the social stigma would have been available. We still would have been having this social shaming. Maybe not as bad as we see right now, but there still would have
Definitely
been.
not as bad. I'm
No.
going to tell you that right now. The social shaming that we have now is totally systemic and built upon the fear that we've had driven into us.
True.
Where, you know, everybody is the enemy, everybody's infected, everybody's trying to kill you and your family and your grandparents and your kids. Like, that's all that's been pumped through the airwaves, on the internet, on cable, everything.
Right.
They've been pumping fear the entire time, and so it's also made us stupid, because obviously when you're fearful or living in fear, you know, your brain capacity isn't operating at its highest levels.
That's true. That's true.
And so, like, we've created this environment of fear, and that's what they use. Like, Sweden has used actual, like, numbers, actual science, and stuff like that. The science that they keep propping up changes from week to week.
That's true.
Because remember, even the WHO, even their bitch asses said for a long time that masks weren't worth a damn.
Yep, they sure did.
And then all of a sudden, they turn around, and I mean like all of a sudden. It wasn't like a, you know, gradual, no, it was literally like a weekend. And they're like, yeah, no, we suggest everybody should wear a mask. Like, wait, what? Weren't you guys just saying less than a week ago that it didn't matter? But now you're saying it does.
True.
So where's the science for that?
Well, there is no science for that, right, Red?
Because they found out more evidence? Is it truly that? If they say they can't find a damn vaccine in 18 months, then how do they truly know whether or not the masks really, truly work? Whether you wear it or not.
Good point. Well, we do know, like Red, we do know that one study is out that says that cloth masks are less than 5% effective. So we do have that.
All right.
So, I mean, there's that. I don't know if that changes things, but, you know, it might. Ooh.
Well, obviously, every variable changes the outcome. I mean, we all learned that from Back to the Future.
True. You do got a good point with that. That is true.
And yeah, I mean, I totally believe that what we're doing is helping in some ways, but there's obviously something going on, because Walls is saying these things, like you just said, he, you know, is kind of loosening up or saying what he's saying today, but he's also signing a bill to spend millions of dollars on some sort of auxiliary warehouse to store dead bodies respectfully.
Right.
2.2 million, I do believe, he signed an order today. And I'm like, well, why do we need these warehouses? I mean, we definitely have an increase in cases, but the system hasn't been, you know, floundering yet. It is in places where you have population density where it's, you know, already kind of out of control.
Right.
I mean, look at California. California also has a very high population, but their density compared to New York City is in another ballpark. And I totally believe that has a huge proponent of what's going on. That's one of those major variables.
Right.
Because you look at what's happened in China, like it ran rampant, but where did it run rampant? In the cities. Like, yes, they had it in rural areas, just like we are having it in rural areas. But it's still not as rampant as the cities. Take Minnesota, for example. The highest population counties are the ones with the highest infection rates, and not the highest death rates, though, at this moment, just because that they found that one, did you see that?
No,
that one place, a home that had, I think, like 20 people that were dead in it?
Yeah, I did hear about that, actually. And they weren't talking about that too much.
No, they try not to talk about it too much because there's been a bunch of them. Not only were there ones with the semis in New York, but there was actually a couple in New Jersey, and I believe one out in Washington.
Right. That's interesting.
Hey, good evening, Casimiro.
Hey, Casimiro, how you doing? Everybody is being encouraged to snitch on people because of poor social distancing.
Absolutely, and that's another one of those variables.
But here's my thing with the social distancing. How does it bother you? How is that affecting your life? Your life. Because
the only time it bothers me is when I see a bunch of the brothers hanging together and none of them have masks. I'm like, come on, y'all. Don't be dumb.
Yeah. It's interesting.
That's the only time it really bothers me. Because I see it all over. There's plenty of places, like just where I work at a condominium. Just tonight, people were coming over to spend the weekend.
Yeah.
Our company, our association doesn't say no bullshit like, oh yeah, we're telling them they can't come in or anything like they're trying to say here at my place. So like, I'm definitely actually seriously considering writing a strongly worded message to them.
Right.
Like, tread softly, y'all, because you could be infringing on some places and people you don't want to.
Well, that's true. That's true.
And it could come back and bite you in the butt.
Well, I think it's going to bite a lot of people in the butt.
Well, of course it is. All this is going to explode. Like, especially if we keep going on the way we are.
Well, they're already talking about, even though, Sweden didn't shut down the way they did, but their economy is still hurting anyway. It wasn't going to matter.
Tourism is down.
Right. It wasn't going to matter what people do at this point because now the damage has been done and it's going to take years, much like the quote unquote recession, to figure out everything that was taken away.
Absolutely.
To find everything that was closed or everything that had to shutter. There's probably so many businesses just closing in quiet and hoping people don't remember, and then it just won't be there.
Correct.
I'm sure a lot of people are embarrassed. Embarrassed, I'm sure, because they've lost everything at this point. And I feel terrible for that.
There's a lot of pride involved.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, like up here for us, they just announced all of our major, park and recreations closed until further notice.
I did see that. How can you do that? With kids being stuck at home, they really need outlets. And one thing we could be showing our children is the great outdoors and how to be, thriving and surviving and just teaching them stuff out there, because now it's finally the time to go do it. And you might have even got kids to go along with it because they don't have nothing else to do. And you're ruining potential experiences that people need in the outdoors.
Yep. And at the same time, you have to remember how many small mom and pop businesses are seasonal to these tourists that can't come here because all this is closed.
True.
Right.
True. Yeah, and it's sad. You know, a lot of people probably had trips saved and just, you know, all types of things. They could have been exploring. People could have taken a time to see a part of America and see America in a way that we've never seen it before. And that's all kind of been ruined. You know, if you ask anybody, what do your travel aspirations look like right now? Everybody's are bleak. You know, where
Well,
would
that's
you
the thing is they're making travel
exclusive?
basically they're taking travel away. They're using fear first off, of course, as I said before, but they're using fear, and then the economy is going to take care of the rest. Because a lot of these planes, a lot of the plane companies, if you paid attention, they're saying they're not going to come back.
Yeah.
A lot of them aren't. And a lot of them aren't going to come back anywhere near the capacity that they were flying before. They've even said.
Yeah.
Like I believe it was American Airlines that said, like, they're probably going to start cutting their service down at least by a third. Like, even when things go back to somewhat normal.
Yeah, which means
just because they cannot sustain.
And they've already been
That's going away.
canceling.
They're talking about the cruise lines going away. So there's two forms of travel, especially international travel. And so people are going to be more segregated. It all plays into that whole, you know, New World Order sort of conspiracy. I don't know if it's necessarily that, but they're definitely trying to take away outlets of travel. And now if you actually read even more articles, they're saying that people are starting to even migrate from cities. Excuse me. So now we'll have this like imbalance like we had, say, in the 90s when everyone was moving out of the cities and going into the suburbs, late 80s, early 90s. And we had this huge boom, and like all these little mini cities basically were created. And it kind of threw a lot of the inner dynamics with states. And that kind of transferred into what the economy happened after 9/11. Like, it wasn't just 9/11 that sank us. Our economy was kind of limping along towards the end of the 90s. Like, we kind of hit our peak towards the end, I'd say about 96, 97-ish. 98 was fairly good, but 99, it started to turn. And I don't know if it was because of the supposed Y2K bug. And so, you know, businesses were getting fearful for that. I mean, I was in the corporate world a couple of different times, and, you know, there was plans, there was contingency, so it didn't seem like they were, like, losing their shit by any means. So I don't believe it was that either. So I don't know if it's, like, the whole long game, but something's up.
There's always a long game. This is the big con. So there's definitely a long game. That's real.
Right.
I mean, it's just, you know, with some of the stuff we've seen this week, and I'm just going to, Red, take over for a second. I just got to grab something really quick. I do want to talk about the case of the young man in Georgia as well, though, before we get...
So let's go over, for those that may not know, the definition of socialism. Any of various economic and political theories advocating collective or governmental ownership and administration of the means of production and distribution of goods. Definition number 2. A system of society or group living in which there is no private property. Definition 2b, a system or condition of society in which the means of production are owned and controlled by the state. Definition number 3, a stage of society in Marxist theory transitional between capitalism and communism and distinguished by unequal distribution of goods and pay according to work done.
Mm-hmm.
So for those who are like, socialism isn't communism, okay, you're right, it just takes you to communism. It's
Right,
the
it's like a stepping stone.
Right, it's the transition between capitalism and communism. I don't want to be a stepping stone. Just saying.
Right.
Now, for those out there who believe in this other, okay, socialism versus social democracy. Socialism entered English around 1830, acquired several different meanings, refers to a system of social organization in which private property and the distribution of income are subject to social control. But the conception of that control has varied, and the term has been interpreted in widely diverging ways, ranging from statist to libertarian, from Marxist to liberal. In the modern era, pure socialism has been seen only rarely and usually briefly in a few communist regimes. Far more common are systems of social democracy, now often referred to as democratic socialism, in which extensive state regulation with limited state ownership has been employed by democratically elected governments, as in Sweden and Denmark, in the belief that it produces a fair distribution of income without impairing economic growth. Communism, socialism, capitalism, and democracy are all among the top all-time lookups for Merriam-Webster's dictionary.
I don't doubt it.
They are equated with socialism, and democracy and capitalism are frequently linked. The confusion stems from the fact that the word communism has been applied to varying political systems over time. When we use it in English prose in the mid-19th century, communism referred to an economic and political theory that advocated the elimination of private property and the common sharing of all resources among a group of people. In this use, it was often used interchangeably with the word socialism. 19th century writers, the difference between communism and socialism are still debated, but generally English speakers use communism to talk about the political and economic ideologies that find their origin in Karl Marx's theory of revolutionary socialism, which advocates a proletariat.
I would like Antifa to shut the fuck up, and everybody else who supported Bernie Sanders and everybody else when we tried to say socialism was communism. Bam!
Okay. To overthrow of capitalist structure within a society. Societal and communal ownership and governance of the means of production, and the eventual establishment of classless society. The most well-known expression of Marx's theory is the 20th century Easium of the USSR, in which the state, through a single authoritarian party, controlled the society's economic and social activities with the goal of realizing Marxist theory. Socialism, meanwhile, is most often used in modern English to refer to a system of social organization in which private property and the distribution of income are subject to social control. The term is also often used in the phrase democratic socialism. Communism and socialism are both frequently contrasted with capitalism and democracy, though these can be false equivalencies depending on your usage. Capitalism refers to an economic system in which a society's means of production are held by private individuals or organizations, not the government, and where products, prices, and the distribution of goods are determined mainly by competition in a free market. As an economic system, it can be contrasted with the economic system of communism, though, as we have noted, the word communism is used of both political and economic systems. Democracy refers not to an economic system, but to a system of government in which supreme power is vested in the people and exercised through a system of direct or indirect representation, which is decided through periodic free elections. For discussion, you can look up more about it yourself. But just saying, guys, it's just socialism is the stepping stone.
Mm-hmm.
And we're actually not a democracy. I feel the need to clear this up. Everybody gets kind of confused about this. Everybody's like, we're a democracy. We're not. We're a republican. We're a republic. We're a republic.
Yeah.
We're not actually a democracy. I know that there's some argumentation about this, but guys, go actually read the stuff written in the language that none of you speak anymore because it's cursive and it's behind glass, and you can go read it at the museum in Washington. We're a republic.
True story. True story. Yeah, I think people need to realize where the roots of these words come from at a time where people are throwing around a lot of terms and a lot of new terms. It's kind of like a bait and switch.
Right.
Yes.
You know, it's like, hey, here are these terms, but we're not going to tell you what they actually mean because they're really code for something else.
Now, for those that don't understand what republic is, let's cover that for them. Definition 1A is a government having a chief of state who is not a monarch and who in modern times is usually a president. 2, a political unit, such as a nation, having such a form of government. B, 1, a government in which supreme power resides in a body of citizens entitled to vote, and it's exercised by elected officers and representatives responsible to them, and governing according to law. 2, a political unit, such as a nation, having such a form of government. C, usually specified republican government of a political unit. 2, a body of persons freely engaged in a specified activity. 3, a constituent political and territorial unit of the former nations of Czechoslovakia, the USSR, or Yugoslavia.
Is that interesting? John in chat has some interesting information to talk about. Some military choppers were over his home recently, and they're flying pretty low. And the one question that I have is, where did all those 25 centers to send people go? What are they being retrofitted for now? And What happened to all the places that were COVID-19 hotspots where President Trump and the corresponding governors put National Guard in place?
Right.
That's my biggest question. You know, and I mean, excuse me, I was going to say Trump, but troop movement out west isn't too unusual at this time of year because they do the military games out in California in June, where they do ship a lot of tanks and lots of heavy equipment that looks nefarious, and every year everybody's like, oh my god, these trains of tanks are coming. So I mean, it could be preparations for that, but I don't know how you could personally do that during COVID.
Right.
So if they moved all these people in, these troops, then where did they go? And I mean, it's interesting. John said, somebody in the Idaho 3% said that maybe they were headed to their mountain home, which is possible. I guess the one thing that I've heard as a recurring theme is a lot of elites could not get out to their bug out positions because of the way that this evolved. People didn't think it was going to go to lockdown so quickly. So, could be. I'm just concerned that we're starting to live in an America where you might even get in trouble for just asking that.
Right.
They can ask you where you're going, show your papers, do all these things. But if you do those things, you will be in trouble.
Right.
See, that's where I think they get you. Because they can ask you, what are you doing? Where are you going? Who are you with?
Yep.
I've even heard here, and fishing opener starts here in a couple hours. There's going to be lots of Minnesotans up and on the road in a couple hours. Yeah, about 4:30, it's going to be on and popping on the road. They're saying that if you are not with someone specifically in your home, you will get a $1,000 fine. Yet they said that you could vote with no more than 3 people. And now but then groups of 10 or less. Okay, so can we have groups of 10 or less or not is still my question. Number 2, if you are supposedly adhering to the social distancing guidelines you gave for boats, what does it matter if we're in the same home or not? I mean, honestly, fishing's like the one time, even in a boat, you're not sitting on top of each other. You have a good arm's length, at least, space between you and the next person, at least.
I don't think I've ever fished in a boat where you're sitting next to somebody.
No.
Within the 6 feet.
Yeah, like with the same section, right, exactly. So I'm just having a hard time. And they went even as far enough as to say, if it
we're the star.
Oh,
it's for your own good. We're all in this together.
Right. If you can't get there,
wear this brown shirt and the star.
Right, wear this brown shirt and the star. If you can't get there with the full tank of gas, you shouldn't go.
Bullet did worse to us.
I saw that.
Bullet says that we're not allowed to leave our zip code, and we're only allowed to go within 10 miles within our zip code.
What?
Yep.
So you can't even go to the store.
Right.
Yeah, that's stupid.
And just so everybody's aware.
Wait,
Because this gets better, y'all. I've told you all these things coming that are effective May 17th, right? This is one of those things that you can't go further than your zip code. You can't be further than 10 miles within your zip code from your actual. So these will take effect on the 17th because guess what, y'all? Good news. We have been lifted out of our stay at home.
Oh, woo, yay.
And instead, we're doing a safer at home practice that comes with all these new rules go into effect on May 17th, which was worse.
Oh. So you upgraded for worse?
I feel, yeah, because there's a lot more rules now.
Right. That's interesting. Nicole, where did you fly to? What was your experience flying? Were there people on the plane? Was it packed? Wasn't it? Did they make you wear a mask? Were other people wearing the mask? You know, I've heard it's terrible to even try to fly right now anyway because you can't get food.
Walmart, me, Vic, and David were like some of the only ones not wearing masks.
Wow.
And people were giving us really dirty looks.
Really?
Well, yeah, now airlines aren't letting people on unless you have masks.
Are they giving you masks?
The ones that aren't making you are giving you masks.
There were even a couple comments made about us not wearing masks and whatnot. And I don't know, because, you know, David kind of wanders off on his own.
Right.
And, you know, he's 13-year-old, right? Okay. So David had kind of wandered off, and all I heard in the aisle next to me, I didn't hear anybody else, but I heard David, and I heard David go, listen, I got ran over by a truck. I almost died like freaking 3 months ago, and if God's going to take me, he would have already taken me. So the
And he definitely shouldn't be wearing a mask because of the lung issue. His lungs aren't to 100%, so he definitely shouldn't be impeding any of his oxygen at this point. Nicole said that
I literally heard him tell a lady in the aisle next to me that he was like, I almost died. If God wanted me, he would have taken me already, so I'm not scared of the COVID thing.
See, and that's sad, John, that he said he didn't care, that it didn't make sense. He needed to keep his job. And John said, so I told him I didn't wish to be him when people lower their immune systems. He was promoting it when he faces God. And you know what? I brought that up to Dwayne's mother earlier, and I had said this. When it comes down to the end of the day, because I was talking especially about the vaccine and not taking it, I said, look, I'm the only one who has to answer to God on my day of judgment. And so therefore, I am not going to let others decide actions that I'm going to take in my life when I'm the only one who gets to be there on judgment. I don't get to, at judgment, be like, well, everybody else was wearing masks. Well, everybody else is doing it. Everybody else took the vaccine. Do you think that's going to fly? Because I don't. I don't think that's going to fly at all. So the one person that we have to worry about is God for that. And I shouldn't have to answer or change my actions for any of these people. Nicole said she went west to east and she changed planes 3 times. All the planes had many people, and even flight attendants were not wearing masks.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Interesting.
Right.
That is.
Yeah, you know, you lower your own immune system when you're wearing a mask. It's simple common sense. You know, and that's true. You lower your immune system, and then it's only going to be activated when everybody takes the mask off and they want to go back out in public, but then they'll be infecting everyone. So that'll be fun.
Exactly.
Because they've been holding in their own viral load the whole time.
Good time.
I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, sorry, too soon. Wow, what happened?
small
I was
hooligans.
trying to read something.
I have small hooligans who think it's appropriate to interrupt my program.
All right.
Right. Because, it's the way to interrupt folks' programs. One thing I did want to talk about before we got out of here tonight that I think TLO could appreciate. You know that we've talked about these type of stories many times here on Clarity After Dark. I'm going to bring it up here. Give me a second. I'm going to check chat really quick too, though, before I finish.
No worries.
People were on the plane talking about it. That's interesting. Nicole said all the planes had many, many people. John said, yep, people will get sick or watch because they've been locked away with wearing their masks, lowering their immune systems. Lots of people are going to get much sicker on more diseases. And I agree with that. I 100% agree with that.
We're not going to know that it's other diseases because there's...
Well, that's just it. I mean, they're not even going to admit that these other diseases exist at this point. I mean, they're having a better time basically saying that these things don't exist.
Everybody's dying from coronavirus, right?
Yeah, so it's a lot easier to say, these things, are happening. And, they're talking about the pandemic has widened, racial disparities and racism right now. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
And
absolutely. I can totally attest to that personally.
It's a really big deal right now. And they said too that there is current numbers out there that the NYPD said that 80% of social distancing arrests have been minorities. Okay. Marked with, as well as a unprovoked shooting that occurred in Atlanta and a shooting by police in Indianapolis. There's something that is bubbling up under the surface that's been here for a long time. And so one thing we can say is that COVID didn't get rid of some of our issues socially, and it wasn't going to anyway, but people are acting like it is.
Correct.
And these things are going to start coming back to the surface. The problem is that, especially for this Georgia case, this young man was running in his neighborhood, exercising as everybody's told they're allowed to do. They shot this man. And they're talking about, and they're talking about they literally hunted him. And there's another guy who created a video about it. And at first they didn't want to define the guy who made the video. They were like, oh, leave the guy with the video alone. But you sat there and watched a man be killed in cold blood. And the father and the son thought they were going to be COVID vigilantes, okay? Because they thought that he matched the appearance of a burglary suspect who had been recorded on some surveillance cameras sometime before, but they don't say when. And
do we know that this said burglar has the COVID?
See, that's what I mean. And furthermore, it says some time ago. How long ago was that? 6 months, a year ago? They don't say because they're trying to cover their butts.
Exactly.
They said, now here's how it went. This is why everybody's having such a problem with this case. The encounter was recorded in 2 911 calls, okay, with the dispatcher trying to understand what was going on. Says there's a black male running down the street. dismiss, stop. And then after a pause, Travis. Travis is the son of Gregory McMichael. These are the father and son duo that are accused. They were in police custody. They are in police custody, and they were brought to court on Friday. And he pointed and discharged a shotgun at Ahmaud Arbery. They have felony murder charges. And that means the victim was killed during the commission of an underlying felony, in this case, aggravated assault. The charge does not require intent to kill. It carries a minimum life sentence, either with or without parole. They said that in early April, a prosecutor previously assigned to the case outlined reasons to believe that there were insufficient probable cause to issue arrest warrants in the case. They argued that the McMichaels' actions were illegal on citizens' arrest on Georgia laws because of the open carry of guns and self-defense. The leaked video shows a black man running at a jogging pace. The truck is stopped in the road ahead of him, and one of the white men standing in the pickup's bed, and the other beside the open driver's side door. The running man attempts to pass the pickup on the passenger side, moving just beyond the truck, briefly outside the camera's view. Gunshot sounds in the video shows the runner grappling with the man over what appears to be a shotgun or rifle. A second shot can be heard, and the runner seen punching the man. A third shot is fired at point blank, and the runner staggers a few feet and falls face down. They did not arrest the killers of Ahmaud Arbery because they saw the video, said Arbery family attorney Ben Crump said Friday in an interview with the AP. They arrested the killers of Ahmaud Arbery because we saw the video, the public saw the video, and it went viral. It was shocking. People were astonished. Crump blasted the handling of the case and says he wants GBI to investigate the entire case from top to bottom. Gregory McMichael retired last year as an investigator for Glynn County District Attorney Jackie Johnson, and the connection had caused her to recuse herself. Barnhill then got the case before recusing himself under pressure from Arbery's family because his son works in Johnson's office. All that matters is what the facts tell us. Every stone will be uncovered. Addressing the question of racial intent, Georgia's no hate crime law, that has prompted civil rights activists to call for a federal investigation. The work is just the beginning. John Perry, president of the Brunswick NAACP chapter, told the crowd, "We can't stop now. We can't lose focus, and we have to make sure prosecution gets done." Anthony Johnson, 40, said Arbery was his system as black defendants. Just arresting them, that ain't doing nothing. We want them convicted. We want them sent to prison for life. We have a lot of issues, especially with this minority issue bubbling up. We're already knowing that our poorest neighborhoods and our most underserviced already were to fall apart. They said in New York, out of 374 social distancing related summonses, 304 were given to Black or Latino people. Like, I'm trying to understand how that can occur. How can you think it's appropriate to somehow arrest only one type of person? And this isn't like the federal government. This is like Cuomo and Bill de Blasio, who claim that they're so for the people.
Oh, God.
They're so for minorities.
Don't get me started on Cuomo. Cuomo is such a placater. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he's a pretty actor, too.
Yeah, and
don't even get me started on
De Blasio tried to cover it up, saying, oh, well, since there's 8.6 million people, that amount of arrest really is arbitrary. Police officers have been caught slapping and punching bystanders. Okay. Like I said, we also have the young man in Indianapolis who was killed. Where is the accountability for the police at this point? We already have any, but now are they just allowed to be completely rogue Is that what we're seeing now? Where they're just, mercenaries?
Yeah. Yes. It's not even that. If you don't get it, the whole gist of this is not only are they using fear, but they're turning the population, the civilians, into enemy combatants. Treating everyone like they have COVID, and especially minorities. They can get away with that sort of thing. They take away everyone's rights, and then, when we see them really take away certain people's rights, we start to see it's actually wrong in the country, complacent and whatnot. There's not really much we can do about it. I mean, I really don't see them actually pursuing any of this, because they'll just chalk it up to, we're in wartime because we're, fighting this vast war against coronavirus.
They've got people hating each other, and now they've got people fighting over masks. I mean, honestly, even masks are a race. My picture, honestly, anti-maskers is now a thing. They're separating people into being these classes so that they will fight. And John is saying that the scanner's going crazy right now in his barn. There's endless civil problems. Reddit started talking about. Oh, I lost Red. Where's she go? We had started talking about the actual issues that we're going to start seeing with people with domestic violence, with abuse in families. What happened? We go. That we were going to start seeing people get hurt. We were going to start seeing more murders.
You're cutting in and out, so it could be something.
Could be a connection. Yeah. Let's see. No, we're still good for this. Yeah, we're good for this moment.
So I'm supposed to. You might have lost her.
Yeah, I got Red back. But we were talking about this at the beginning, how we would see an increase in abuse, how would we see an increase in domestic violence, how would we would see an increase in murders, how we would see an increase in suicides. And it's happening. It's happening everywhere. I mean, I can only imagine who it's happening to, and the people who are isolated.
Absolutely,
and
hands down.
People who aren't being, we have checked on, or we haven't heard since the beginning of coronavirus. I mean, just listeners we get concerned about because we haven't heard from them. Nicole also says, hi, Red.
Absolutely.
And
I'll be honest, I live on the edge plenty of times, but I know that there's people out there that are way worse off.
Oh, yeah. John says,
I've gotten through it.
Yeah, John said he's been expecting hard times. I know
that people who might not be as mentally, to possibly get through this. They're suffering.
Yeah.
Like, there is so
no,
there you are.
No, it cut right. Soon. We're going to be doing preparedness, and I can't get this comment off as much as I try. We're going to be doing preparedness week here, the week of and how we can survive and thrive right now. I think that's going to be really important. And so people will be coming up. We'll have Red come on and talk about her life homesteading. It's going to be, for the average person who hasn't seen this, we're going to do a mega blitz, try to get it out to as many platforms, as many people as possible. Like I said, it's going to be an action-packed week. We're going to have lots of special shows, different times. I'm going to have a few prime interviews. It's going to be a good thing. So we're going to have permaculture experts on. We're going to have people who know about seeds. We're going to have people who know about indigenous cultures, and just kind of mix things together for an all-out preparedness week. We're going to talk about everything from ammunition to water to, proofing, to just all things preparedness for your home, and for your life, here on the Freedom Revolution Network, May 24th. Through the 31st. So get ready for that. I'm excited. Everybody's going to make a team effort. It's going to be a big deal. Oh, wow. He has 6 dogs on his 5-acre farm, 17 animals, cows, goats, chickens, and a few cats. You and Red could get along. I'm sorry you suffered a head injury and you take anti-seizure meds twice a day, grand mal seizures. One of our hosts has seizures here, Dwayne. And his mother has grand mal seizures. And then, a coma for 3 days can change you. That's for sure. Let's see. Getting another call. I'm not used to that. It's new for me. Hold on. Screen's back up. It definitely changed Red Son's life to definitely have, go into that space. And I could see it changing your outlook. I could definitely see it changing your life. The few times that I have been close to death, it definitely changes how you feel. It changes how you interact. It changes how you make things happen. Hold on, I'll get you in. Let's see. All right. Hold on. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can.
Okay, guys, I've got to drop off.
Yep, we were just about to wrap up. I know Nicole is gonna try to call in, but I think we're gonna try. Yeah. Yeah, try to wrap it up here. I will pick it up with her, I guess, in a second, and I'll get a hold of her real quick. So yeah, so you can say good night, Red, because we'll be done here in a few minutes. We're just gonna wrap it up.
Dare to be you. Dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally. Good night, y'all.
Good night, Red. And that's Red Gypsy, everybody. Host of Journey into Freedom. Make sure you tune in. Did it change you? You still there, Teal? You still there? It says you're still here. You ain't still here? No. What's going on? Everything's falling apart at the end of the show. This is terrible. John says he just had a blood test, lots of pain issues, shows advanced stage rheumatoid arthritis. Oh, we will definitely pray for you here, John. We really hope that everything goes all right, and that you keep yourself safe. And that the Lord walks with you and walks with your care team to take care of you for sure. Probably. Absolutely. And I have words about medicine, what you can use to help your body. if you want to tune in and listen on Sunday to Journey into Freedom, I am dead questions. So she does her job very well. Nicole, if you want to try to call in again, because I lost TLO and he hasn't called back, so I'm sure he's still here. But yeah, we'll be definitely praying for you that you'll get back to where you were. And to not know that you are functioning to the level you are. I know lots of people have strokes and haven't recovered. We don't know the reasons why things happen. We don't know why they give us what happens. You know, we cannot predict what's going to occur, but we can make the best of our situations, even if those situations are terrible. I think that that's the takeaway that everybody should have right now, is that even though things could be the worst that they are, I'm sure there's a time in history, or maybe just even a time in your life or someone else's life, that you could equate to being worse. You know, it's a good old Miss Western saying, you know, it could be worse. It could be worse. So I think staying with that level of optimism helps you not be a pessimist and lose your humanity. Because that's the one thing here on the Freedom Revolution Network that we don't want you to lose. Even while we're fighting our freedoms, even if things start getting down and dirty, or if a civil war would occur, the one thing you cannot lose sight of is your humanity and who the enemy actually is. It's not we the people. It's the ideals that have corrupted men's minds. It's not even necessarily the men. It's the ideals that corrupted the men. So I think that that's really you know, I have a friend who has MS, Susie, and you know, it definitely compared to like 20 years ago, your body, the way that you can, you know, live longer. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. Hopefully. Okay, here we go. Hello, thank you for calling Clarity After Dark.
Hi.
Hello.
Is this Scarlett?
This is. Hello.
It's Nicole.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying to like watch and it's breaking up and I'm like, rah. So I just called it.
Yeah, no, that works. Yeah, and I don't know why it's breaking up at the last part of the show, but you know, that's usually how things work. You know, technology can only last so long. And they've been saying too now with everybody on the internet, a lot of things have been just not.
I know. But I did just fly and I was doing the hunkering down thing because I missed you guys. I like graduated from culinary school. I did this whole like rest from every like radio thing, and I only tap in, and then I saw like whatever from the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to tap into you guys like so much, and I'm like, holy crap! And then I just flew seriously like a week ago. I'm like, oh my god.
I know, right? What was the airport like? Was there a lot of people there? Were the restaurants closed?
I flew out of SFO.
Okay.
And it was pretty packed. Well, actually, it was like a dead man's world until like the plane was leaving because it was like a 6 a.m. flight.
Mm.
And then flew into another city.
Right.
Do you want me to say the city?
I mean, you can. It's up to you.
It was like all the planes were full.
Mm.
So it was like Salt Lake and then this city and then this city. Every plane was full. Every plane was full. And I was really shocked about that. And
a friend of mine's plane got canceled. So I was interested to know if people were still flying. because they said they'd be canceling planes at like half capacity. But to know that all the planes on this particular day were full, that's interesting.
Well, I don't think it was a day. I think it was just like I was so scared about flying anyway. Like, oh my gosh.
Right.
You know, I need. It was not like I don't have that kind of time, and it was no, and it was like, oh, we're looking at like September, and I'm like, no.
Right.
And I'm a never flyer. I never fly.
Right.
I just don't.
Yeah.
But I did. So it was very difficult for me.
Oh,
but no, I was shocked. I was thinking, geez, when I'm leaving there, it's like nobody's there. It's like a ghost town.
Right.
And then I go to another city and it's like crowded and
bustle. Things are happening.
Half the people are wearing masks, half of them aren't.
Right.
Some places are open, like around the terminal, like, you know, to get your soda or stuff to get out. You know, they have to keep some merchants open, whatever, because
Right.
they only give you like snacks on the plane and whatever.
Right.
So stuff was open, but it was not funny. But when I flew back east, it was like I got east and everything was shut down. Like, you couldn't even get a sandwich, couldn't get a soda unless it was at like a soda machine or a water machine or. So it was like I went from ghost town through middle of America to like everything being like moving around productively to another like almost dead zone. Like it was, it started like dead zone, middle of America craziness, and then when I got to the East Coast, it was like shut down, and I'm like, oh well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And flight attendants weren't wearing masks. People on the planes were like, not doing it. I do, you know, I'm just kind of, I do my thing. I've got headphones in. I haven't flown in a long time, but I was on like new flights where the plane was, you know, you watch your in-flight movie and like all the, you know, whatever crap. But,
right.
You know, everybody was just like, I used to fly all the time, and it felt like back then, just not as crowded. I thought I was going to be like one or two people on the plane.
Right.
And now it was
like no elbow
room.
room.
Like I said, ghost town, and then middle of America crazy, and then not crazy, but
yeah, but bustling and actually like still functioning and living.
Well, and on the last stretch, which came from Detroit, was to the east, was a smaller plane, and they were separating us by two-seaters and separating us.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, okay. But the flight attendants weren't even wearing masks, you know, separating us by two-seaters.
Wow.
You know, two-seater, two. So they were like scattering us to nobody in the next two. And you know what I mean?
Yep.
Scattering us. But they were wearing masks. They were wearing gloves. But since I got, you can't walk to anything without a mask. They will actually, you're not even allowed to enter. And you friends and people on the West Coast are like, oh yeah, well, oh my gosh, it got worse. And I'm like, what do you mean? And like local, even like our local little places, not major places, are like outside. you can't come in without, you know, a mask. And I'm like, what? So it's gotten actually worse in the last week and a half.
It has in a lot of places. Even you heard Red saying that they started mandating masks.
I know.
In her area. Now here it hasn't got to that point, nor will I think it will. Go ahead.
Worse. I'm sorry, but
They are. There's no proof that they actually work.
Not that you asked my opinion, but they are way worse. They're way worse.
They are. And,
they're way worse.
You know, honestly, unless you're sick or trying to control symptoms, and it should really be only someone with coronavirus, would you ever really need to wear this mask for any sort of protection? Otherwise, it's just, you're breathing in your own CO2 and exomes, and it's just not a good situation for health. And you need clean oxygen.
I think that's kind of what they're trying to do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Get us sick, yeah, absolutely.
As I watch it develop and the more research I'm doing, they're really just trying to, they're evoking more fear. It's like, we lessen up the fear, you know, like, let's let the stimulus out.
Yep.
Let people have their money.
When have they ever wanted to help us, Nicole? Ever.
Get out of their house. Like set the real and, you know, really, it's, I do my research. You should know that about.
Oh, I do. We've known it in radio world and TV.
School.
Yeah, full disclosure. Nicole and I have known you for years, so we're very well acquainted.
The week I'm in, canceled everything. It was like fucking kidding me.
Right.
Yeah. It's one of those fucked up things where it's like, how could you just screw up my timing in my life, you fucking assholes? Like,
right? Like the universe, like the really, damn it universe, the one time I get my life together, damn you.
I'm just a little bit pissed.
I would be too. Like, damn it universe, I had all my ducks in a row and you just came in and ruined it. Thanks.
Oh my fucking God. That shit was hard. That shit was fucking hard.
I'm sorry.
Know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, excuse my French.
No, because it was an exciting time in your life, and then you don't get to have the experience.
Like they cancel graduation. Like, who doesn't want to go? Who doesn't want to go to school in their adult life and graduate and not graduate? Like, what the fuck? What in the universe are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Okay. So I dealt with it. So I'm like, okay. Like, everybody's letting up, and like they're shutting down shit, and everybody's doing their crap, and then they're letting up, and now they're just like doing it again.
Right.
Reel it in, reel it out. Reel it in, reel it out. And I'm like, you mother.
It's like the carrot. It's like the carrot on the string.
I'm doing my research, so I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait.
Okay, I'm from the East Coast, so I know all about the Greyhound races. You know what I mean?
Right.
I know.
They're just teasing us.
And I worked hard. You work hard. We all work hard.
And we deserve our celebration for the things that we achieve, right?
Us kind of are going, I guess so. Where you didn't need, like when I watch it, of course we're watching like George Carlin or whatever, and we're like, how it's just one of those. It's out of control. We all have a flu season. There's a flu season every year.
Yep.
It happens every year.
And they said 80,000 last year died from flu season. So we haven't even passed a flu season yet.
When flu comes out every season, blah, 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 blah. You know how it goes. Person knows this, and then it just goes absolutely
Yeah, it goes
Exactly.
it goes, and it just expands over, because we've always come in and tried to.
But I'm a yeah.
You're a survivor.
Doing being with Daddy. The biggest thing is, oh, look, they're going to open up, and summer's coming, and like, screw you, man. We're going out anyway. So guess what? People are like, we're going out. We're not dealing with this shit. And then they're going to like arrest people. So they have like these videos, like you guys are talking about, videos where somebody is out alone by themselves out in the whatever.
Right. Yeah. Nobody ever cared before.
To the time zone, but still, I mean, come on. Are we that stupid? Like, why is everybody so afraid? If you want to go outside, go outside.
Yep. If you want to go to the store, go to the store.
Go to the goddamn store.
Yeah.
And if somebody wants to arrest you, then kick them in the goddamn nuts and ask them why. And I'm pretty sure if you kick him in the nuts and he comes back at you and you breathe at him, he's going to run 6 feet away, or if not further. Like, I'm not trying to like stand against authority or whatever, but are you kidding me?
They've got people afraid of their own shadows. They've got people afraid of their own families. They've got, grandparents that won't see their grandchildren.
That won't even go to anybody's. Like, nobody wants to spend Mother's Day with their own mother.
Yes. Parents aren't even hugging their children. They're afraid to hug and kiss their own children.
That's ridiculous.
It's went too far. It's went too far when you can't even interact with the people in your own home or even in your own, circles of friends or people you know. Even if you want to meet new people.
That's called what they've done is they've actually done their job of instilling that kind of fear.
True. They have achieved. Yeah, they've achieved the fear.
Because if you watch, I just resubscribed to an unknown whatever, and you watch stuff, and when you watch it, like I watch my favorite movies, and I'm like, whatever, like I want to throw open my mouth because I'm like, oh, look at all that, they're touching their face.
Right. People aren't even like getting it at all. Oh, did we lose Nicole? I don't think we did. We're having a little bit of issues with the connection. I just switched connections, and that at least brought me back to where we were functioning again. So let's try to see if we can get Nicole back. She will call back. So I apologize with some of the technical issues because I haven't had to take callers that much. So I do apologize. So that is that. You get what you get. Yeah. But she's right. When did we get afraid? Why did that occur? Because at least here with you guys on the Freedom Revolution Network, I can be real with you guys. You guys know that. At least here we have not been afraid. I can say that our listeners and our friends of the revolution are not afraid. We are not afraid for what's happening or what's coming. We have been charged with knowledge this whole time. And I think that's important. And for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time, I would like to show you a website. And it's a great website, and it has lots of information, lots of facts, features, and much, much more. And that website is freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. And this is our website here on the Freedom Revolution Network. We broadcast many different shows, and on the FRN radio tab, you can see our show schedule. You can also host your own show, which is a really popular feature right now. We have a lot of new hosts signing up. So if you're interested in having a show talking about the things that you find important, we also have push notifications. When you allow the push notifications in the bell, every time we go live, you will get a notification on your phone, on your device, or on your computer. You can also advertise with the Freedom Revolution Network. If you have a company or would like to get your product out there, please think about advertising with the Freedom Revolution Network. We also have our news section, which has daily news articles, as well as a bunch of information that changes. We got to do a little bit of tweaking with the news section, so we hope to have it a little bit more filled out, because I'm going to be starting Freedom Revolution Network News twice weekly on Tuesdays and Thursday nights during the primetime hour. And we'll be talking about that days and the days, couple days in between shows, as well as we'll be talking to just about whatever comes up at the time. So here's all of our different shows. You can go to the Clarity After Dark page. There's now Down the Rabbit Hole with Elle. That's our new show that's on during the week in the morning. But here's Clarity After Dark. And here we are, and it shows we are live on Spreaker, as well as you can listen to our past shows by clicking on those links, as well as we also have the video, and here's one of our last videos here, down here. Also the coronavirus dollar bomb to help us stay alive and help those in need during the pandemic. Please donate and go to the coronavirus dollar bomb. So when you go to the top here, you can click this red banner that's in our way. Okay. And we're going to click here because I already get notifications for it. So I don't want to put it on multiple browsers. Here's our coronavirus dollar bomb. You can donate $1, $5, or $10. If you donate 50 or more on a regular donation page, you can get a free Freedom Revolution Network t-shirt from one of our favorite shows here at Freedom Revolution Network, whether that be Clarity After Dark, a Freedom Revolution Network t-shirt in general. We'll have GIF shirts here pretty soon, Down the Rabbit Hole with Elle, The Higher Purpose Show with Tara, and many, many more. So here's your donation information. You can also make it automatically repeat each month, so it can be like public television where your donations keep us alive and keep our programming going. You tribute. When you come here, one thing I always want to teach people is a tribute. So if you want to have the show, for instance, be on there, you could go, Clarity After Dark. And then you'd want to check here if it was a memorial gift. And then you would just put Clarity After Dark. So I think that that's important to show people. You can leave your information anonymous as well. And this is our Donate to the Revolution page. If you are a bigger advertiser and donate more with us, you can also be added to the Friends of the Revolution directory. And here's some of our products that we do have that we appreciate around here. So we have our Not Just Collateral Damage, Medical Kidnapping, This Parents Reads inserts, and you should too, and a Freedom Revolution Network coffee mug, which I think is kind of slick, and make vaccine manufacturers liable again. So we need to do that, especially with this coronavirus vaccine looming in the background. As well as we have a social media site. I bet you didn't know we had a social media site. The social media site works just like Facebook or those other social media sites that everybody talks about. You do have to sign in, and you can, once you sign in, see here, Scarlett, I can sign in. It's a members-only community. You can get notifications. You can figure out who the members are. There's different forums. You can also have a blog, communities. So it's a really cool place, as well as the FRN Games. If you guys want to just do something to keep yourselves occupied during lockdown, FRN Games, good place to go. You can play games just right here on your computer browser, much like Bubble Shooter Pro, 360 Connect, Solitaire, Jigsaw Puzzles, Sudoku, Mahjong, Cookie Crush, and there's 3 more pages, as well as our Nintendo games, of which you can choose. Nintendo games don't work on mobile, but they do work on a desktop. And choose your favorite Nintendo game that you would like to play. You sit here, you select the ROM, and you can pick from all the games that they have to offer. My computer's being a little laggy and slow, so I do apologize. Usually it's a little bit better than this. And it could just be because we have to use crappy Chrome browser. Oh, I'm sure we can get that size too. By the way, Tilo. No, everybody got bumped off. It was no big deal about swearing, Nicole. Just everybody got bumped off. I wanted you to call back in if you didn't hear. Because it just kind of kicked me off and kicked you off and just kind of disappeared. So yeah, you should get your own show. You should get a cam too. They have cheap cams, Frowny face. I know, I was really sad that everybody got cut off too. So with that being said, one quick thing that we always check before we get out of here, we're gonna go check the MSC and go see the earthquakes for tonight. And check that out before we get out of here. All right, that's always fun. That's what we do here. Southern Idaho, 8 minutes at 2.9. Hawaii, 2.2. Hawaii, 2.1. And offshore Chiapas, Mexico. Indonesia, Mexico, northern Peru, southern Idaho, Papua New Guinea, southern California, all about 2s. The last one that was even of note would be Papua New Guinea, 5.1. Oklahoma had a 2.1. Southern Alaska. So a little bit of activity. Not anything that's, super surprising or that I'm expecting anything big to happen as of right now, but that's what we're seeing. We need to check on some space weather information as well. Chalice, Idaho is getting, that area is kind of getting rocked. So that's interesting. As well as Bodie, California and Trona area. So I find that interesting. So there's just some interesting movement along what I see is the Craton edge and that deformed edge. So we'll have to see what's going to happen here in the coming days. We're supposed to be getting some snow tonight. So that'll be interesting. Wasn't expecting that. So if everybody has plants out there and you're in the Midwest, you might want to cover them. Honestly, seriously think about covering your plants. That's just something that I find interesting. It also, I want people to know about too that there have been some really interesting UV ratings lately that I have found really high and really concerning. I don't know if anybody else has seen them, but I am really concerned because I'm starting to see numbers that you probably shouldn't see. And even UVC is coming down. And, Mr. MBB usually does his videos, and he's in Arizona. And the other day, on the 7th, he got 11. I also got an 8 here in Minnesota on that same day. So something is happening with the UV. So our plants are getting shocked with the cold up here and almost are getting burnt to death by the UV. So I think that's, besides the fact that we're already trying to survive and thrive, we're also going to have to find new ways to grow things so that we can actually even make it through. That's where I think it concerns me, that we even have to make it. We're going to have to figure out ways to just make it through. So, it's concerning. It could be a pretty big issue that is happening. We got to keep watching it. We're still watching for, we watch a little bit of Paul Begley around here. So we're waiting to see what's going on with the 12th of May. Okay, that's supposed to be a big day. Some big things are supposed to be happening. Some things are going to start to be revealed according to some people out there. We might start seeing some debris fields coming in. So I think that that's something that we should pay attention to. Nothing really happening on the K index or anything like that, space weather wise, that I'm seeing. So we just got to keep ourselves aware and awake for something happening. Things are starting to quiet off again. And I don't know about you, but I don't trust these people. So as soon as things start to get quiet, something big happens again. And that's what I'm waiting for. So with that being said, you guys, Susie, you're hilarious. I love it. Giggling TLO, I had a couple of swallows of American honey with you. Boy, am I ever drunk. Good for you. Have a drink in quarantine. It's allowed. Quarantinis for everyone. We're going to be opening our cocktail show hopefully soon too. As Red said, I have issues with procrastination. Really, there's just not enough hours in the day to get things done. So we're going to try to get that on air soon so we can have a good time and just relax with each other outside of the news. Thank you, Nicole. Absolutely. You're spot on, Scarlett. Yeah. I mean, I'm watching this and I've been seeing the storms, seeing the signs for storms many, many times. Many, many times. So I know the trends, and I feel something's going to happen. Okay, so Susie says May 12th, the debris field's coming, but be aware through the 17th. See, so it is the quiet before the storm, Nicole, and that's what I'm concerned about. That's what we need to keep aware. We need to stay awake. We need to stay on top of things. We need to make sure our families are prepared. We need to make sure we have all of the things we need in case something were to happen. It's time. If there ever was a time to be ready, this is it. And I think a lot of you are prepared. But for those who aren't, like I said again, May 24th through the 31st, we are going to be doing Freedom Revolution Network's Preparedness Week, where we're going to be doing a lot of things, all the things preparedness. So whatever preparedness means to you, you might want to shoot me an email. If you think you want to see something important that you want included, email me, stationmanager@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. We will get in touch. This is the time that we band together, create our tribes, teach each other things, spread knowledge, not hoard it for ourselves, because true knowledge is only spread through word of mouth and generation to keep it going. So we can't be that link that loses that. Exactly. Something's coming. Survive, be aware, survive, and thrive. It's okay to just survive. I've told people, do you want to just survive? People say, I just survival. Do you just want to be at that survival level? Because there's only so long as a human being physically you can take survival. And you will emotionally, mentally break. So you want to be surviving and thriving. That way you are on the next level of preparedness, the next level of evolution for yourself, which means that you're not just surviving, you are now making your way through this new life. If we're supposed to be in the new world, well, I think we all should adopt some new ways, maybe some of the old ways that we once had, so that we can keep moving ourselves forward. It's not going to be this big digital glitzy technocracy world. I think that it's going to be in grassroots, through the holistic homestead, through permaculture is the future right now. It's important. Oh, you used to arrange conventions for healing. That's interesting. We'll have to talk more about that and see and pick your brain about it. Yes, absolutely, Nicole. Thank you, sister. Yeah, we are a tribe and we need to stay together and support each other emotionally, physically, if we can support each other financially. If we can't, just be there. Be that shoulder to lean on. Be that ear to listen. Connect with people. Fuck social distancing. Let's be over that. If we want to connect with another human being, let it be so. Because if that human being's spirit resonates with us, they won't care about social distancing. That will be a distant thought. One thing we do want to create here, and hopefully we can make this magic happen, and hopefully you guys can manifest this in your minds too. We want to create Freedom Revolution Network Ranch, where we all could have a community to live and work and thrive together, share the work together. Yeah, it's kind of like a commune. It's kind of a hippie thing. But at the same time, we want that like-minded tribe of individuals who want to make something bigger and greater than ourselves. And we hope that happens with all of you. And we can pool together and make something beautiful. The time is now to change before it's too late, before we don't get a chance to change. This is the soft lockdown until they actually do the hard smackdown. And then we will not be able to get out of the chains of oppression. We will not be able to move through, to get forward. We will be stuck in place. Like I've said before, now is not the time to revolt and fight, but the revolution is coming. And for the most part, won't be televised. So I hope you guys join us here on the Freedom Revolution Network while we try to survive and thrive in these interesting times during the Grand Solar Minimum. I hope to hear so many good things from all of you when we come back on the air. And if you guys need us at any point in the meantime, feel free to get a hold of us. Send a message to the page on Facebook, Freedom Revolution Network. You can find us. It's at Freedom Revolution and TWK, because there's a small church that has the Freedom Revolution Network name, but that's the only other person. On Facebook, that is. Otherwise, we have Freedom Revolution Network group, Freedom Revolution Radio. You can find us everywhere. So we're found on Twitch, Periscope, DLive. No matter where you're watching tonight, we hope you enjoyed being here with us on Clarity After Dark. I know I enjoyed all of you. Please come back sometime. And if you like what we do, think about donating to us here at the Freedom Revolution Network. We couldn't do it without all of you. And so with that being said, from the land of 10,000 lakes and from the highest desert valley in the great American Southwest, good night, universe.